Yeah, I believe in love. You can't change my mind. No, you can't change my mind. Cause once I'm done, I'm done. And once I'm gone, I'm gone. And you can't change my mind. We're laughing out bad mind. Cause once I'm done, I'm done. And once I'm gone, I'm gone. Big up these sweet girls in my life. To the fam and all my guys. And to the friends I had to
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to those persons who are here with us.
Just trying to enjoy the ride. And if you wanna go, just stick by my side. You can't change my mind.
Again, good afternoon and a warm welcome to those persons who are here with us at the historic Garrison Savannah, this World Heritage Site. And for those who may be streaming live on Barbados.club.org.bb or indeed following the races on MCTV channel 118 or on air on DOB 92.9 FM. Follow the races through any one of those mediums, and we hope to have an excellent afternoon of racing. Again, officially with the Barbados National Anthem.
Bad mind. Cause once I'm done, I'm done. And once I'm gone, I'm
gone. Yes, that is a brand new one. Maya Amara featuring the man Lead Pipe. I told you guys that we will be giving you a triple play of Lead Pipe linking up with some people. I was changed my mind. Wonder what can happen next. Yeah, I know when I guess it right, man. Lee Phillips, Lead Pipe, talk to me now.
He said, baby, tell me why you acting so shy. Baby girl, we already know it's going down tonight. And girl, I need you know. Feeling fire when I look in your eyes. Burning, burning, burning. Pull me closer and I'll take my time. When the sun goes down and the rain be setting, body language is your profession. You got all night, teach me a lesson. Show me how to talk, school is in session. When the sun goes down and the rain be setting, body language is your profession. You got all night, teach me a lesson. Show me how to talk, school is
once again, come.
Oui, mon chéri, bésame or hold me, berate ya differently. Talk to me, is it? Oui, mon chéri.
Welcome once again to the 9th day of the Barbados Club, second race season for 2021. Today is September Remember Race Day, featuring the September Remember Handicap and 8 race stars in the feature race at race 7 in the program. We have a field of 5 declared race starters in that event. A lot of wagering opportunities for you today. We have prior and forecast wagering across all 8 races, with the daily level at races 1 and 2. Trifecta wagering in races 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8. Those are the
I didn't know that.
races.
I don't have to tell you guys this all the time,
the
but
race,
just in case you know, join on to 94.7. This is the Here We're Going On radio show, and this is brand new music out of Barbados, man. Released just a couple months or weeks ago, yeah?
Begin at race 5, 6, 7, and 8. And the Soca 6
that was Lee Phillips linking up with the man
right
Lead Pipe.
Race number 8.
So Zinga, what we can do for this next one here now?
You want to sing?
There's a minimum guarantee of $2,500, inclusive of a carryover of $1,689.11
Sing it about Barbados.
to a single winner for the winning combination in the Superfecta in race 1.
Barbados under a different name.
So note that the carryover from the last race day is available to you in race 1. Minimum guarantee there of $2,500.
What is going on,
There's also a minimum guarantee of $2,500 to a single winner in each of the other Superfecta races on the days occurred, and those will be races 3, 4, 6, and 8. 3, 4, 6, and dominate the remaining Superfecta races.
I know this place so
Also, a
well.
minimum guarantee of
Baby girl, why don't you pace
$11,000.
yourself?
That's the big one.
Always acting like you made
Inclusive of the
yourself, but you
carryover
love
of
everybody and you hate
$8,103.20
yourself.
to
Sunshine, you
a
hit me with a
single winner.
thunderclap.
For the winning
Always taking long
combination
to
in
get
the
my money
Soca
back.
6.
Then you wanna hit me with
Soca
another
6
tax.
today
Doing
carries
nothing,
a
just
minimum
getting
guarantee of
fat. Lock up your kids on the
$11,000
corner.
inclusive of the carryover of $8,000 from the
Make a lot of
last
noise, but you're
race.
never protesting. You make a lot of moves,
Also, a
but you
minimum
never
guarantee of
progress. But
$5,000
don't forsake me,
inclusive of the carryover of $2,328. This is the fight set to a single winner for the winning combination in the Big Four race. The I-5 wager in race A carries a minimum guarantee of $2,500, and that includes the carryover of $643 and the 26 cents. So a lot of money available today. If you have not already placed your wagers, you will have opportunity to do so online through the online facility barbados.turfclub.org.bv. Place your wager and enjoy the afternoon of racing. Live on NCTV, channel 118, or on air.
Yes, man, we gotta make sure you give Jackie Jacket what he here, right? Make sure the creators get the flowers while they are here among us, man.
If you're here at the Garrison,
This young man full of talent,
we
boy.
encourage
We
you to
got to
enjoy
treasure this
yourself.
man here. You see
we
lead
want
boy?
to
Oh
take
Lord,
this
boy.
very early opportunity to remind you of the protocols which we strictly observe here at the Garrison Savannah, not only on race days, but at all times, but especially to their race days. And this starts with the wearing of the mask. You would have sanitized your hands when you enter, as well as had your temperature checked. But you can repeat these as well during the course of the afternoon if you pass by the appropriate stations. But at all times, please, please keep your mask on. Unless you're having a beverage, if you do so quickly and replace your mask as soon as you are finished. You said track conditions what? Track conditions. You said track conditions. Good to farm? Good to farm? Kindly note that track conditions today are listed as good to firm. Track conditions listed as good to firm.
One, two, two, one, two, two, two.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We're paging the driver of M, as in St. Michael 8571, M8571. Would you kindly remove your vehicle from where it's parked? The driver of the vehicle M, as in Michael 8571. We need you urgently to remove your vehicle from where it's parked. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the historic Garrison Savannah for this, the Barbados Turf Club's ninth day of its second racing season for 2021, entitled the September Remember Race Day. And we have 8 races carded for you. Track conditions are listed on the board as good, and they are blessed with sunshine. Few dark clouds hovering around the western side of the country, and there are a few silver clouds towards the east. Puffy silver clouds, no threats of rain. As I said earlier, we are laced with sunshine. I'm Lyndon Yard, to be joined a little later on by co-commentator Neil Gill. Let's look at the racing menu for this 8-race card, which will feature the 7th race at 4:25 in the afternoon, the September to Remember handicap, where 5 horses will face starter Stephen Thorne, who's deputizing for starter Mark Batson. And the 8-race card offers forecast betting in races 1 through 8. Forecast betting in races 1 through 8. There is one daily double, race 1 and 2. Race 1 and 2 is the lone daily double on the card. The trifecta races would be races 1 through 5, 6, and 8. 1 through 5, actually 1 through 6, and 8. And the superfecta races, there are 5. Numbers 1, 3, 4, 6, and 8. 1, 3, 4, 6, and 8 are the superfecta races. There's a high 5 in the final race, race number 8. Your high 5 race. The pick 4, the pick 6s. Alright, yeah, pick 6s will be races 3 through 8, 3 through 8. And the pick 4 races will be races 5 through 8. Race 5 through 8, the pick 4 races. The horses are on parade for the afternoon's first race, which happens to be the Nursery Allotted race for West Indian bred 2-year-old maidens. Already on the track, horse number 7, New Money Honey. First time starter. And this is a 2-year-old bay filly by Show Me the Money out of Lady Nat. Ready by Lester Edwards at 111 pounds for owner trainer Kenny Joseph. Also on the track, we're going to pick up horse number 8. This is Kitten Star in the colors of Mr. RJ. Ridden by Anderson Trotman, 121 pounds with Richard Dean as your trainer. This is a 2-year-old bay colt by Derby Kitten out of Bull Ballad. Let's pick up horse number 2, already a starter in her career, Francine, finishing second in her debut race. Ridden by Rashid Hughes today, 116 pounds. Number 3 comes on to the track. This is The Code, and it's a first-time starter by Almodoro Millennium Mile, owned by Galileo Racing Inc., trained by Philip Batson, ridden by Delano Lopez, who picks up 1 pound overweight, having claimed 3 and put back up 4 pounds to go in at 122 pounds. Number 5, Mikal, in blinkers, ridden by Eric Daniel, goes to post with 116. That's minus 5 plus 2 pounds, 113 pounds on Mikal. And then that brings us back to horse number 4, Gabby's Girl, racing for the first time. Gabby's Girl is ridden by Ricky Walcott. 116 pounds is the weight. Just going up to the start there with a white cap on. And for this encounter, Gabby's Girl, which is the property of Sir David Seal. Just going to confirm that. Actually going down mid-stretch in the black cap. And Sir David Seal's got no turn and come towards us. Red Nose Man on Gabby's Girl. A 2-year-old bay filly by John Bryan out of Gabrielle Marie. 116 pounds is the weight with Ricky Walcott. And number 9, Get Cracking, up at the start, going towards the start in the white cap. Just come into your picture just about now in the white cap. Already having 1 start in his career. And actually in her career, she's a 2-year-old bay filly with Almador, the body and soul, ridden by Slade Jones, who takes off 7 and puts back up all 7 to go in at 116 pounds. So a field of 9 horses, and we're just going to pick up horse number 6, Hurricane. Just come into your picture in the shocking pink colors. And what a time for her to make her debut. A 2-year-old bay colt by Storm Arrow, the Angelic Peace, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr. And we are almost, you can say, in the middle of the Atlantic hurricane season. So if she can land here, maybe she can do some damage and get the program going right away. So this first event offers priority forecast. It's the first leg of the daily double. And it's also a trifecta and superfecta batting race. I'm going to take horse number 2, Francine, as my winner. And Francine just coming back into your picture there in the yellow, in the colors of Susan Miller. And as I said, traditionally, The fillies and mares will wear her colors, which is the yellow with the black, and the colts and geldings will wear the red and the black, the colors of her husband, Luther G. Miller. Rashid uses on board. She finished second in her debut, coming from a little off the pace, and I think for that experience, she should be much better today, and gets my backing to go one better here for the connections of Luther G. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller, and Victor Cheeseman is your trainer. On my second line, we'll take the first time starter horse number 1, Princess Julia, who we didn't have a look at in the parade range, so we can pick it up in the blue with the yellow body. And horse number 1, Princess Julia, is a 2-year-old brown filly by Mingan Temple Slipstream, owned by Mr. Barry Bishop. Just come into your picture just in front of the cameraman downstairs, and just come into your picture, Princess Julia, and it looks fairly racy at this stage and looks to be enjoying herself on the park for the first time. Slipstream, we know, did show loads of speed in her time at the track, especially as a juvenile, and we'll see if Princess Julia can emulate that. She gets me back in the second line here for trainer Naz Issa. Enrico Prescott is on board at 113 pounds. On my third line, we'll take horse number 9, Get Cracking, in the striped colors, white cap. Let's come into your picture. And as I said, haven't had one start on a red body with blue and white stripes, red cap, blue peak, and already up at the start on the jockey Slade Jones backs into the third slot for me. And I'm going to take horse number 7, New Money Honey, which was the first horse onto the track as my 4th place horse, debuting here for owner trainer Kenny Joseph. And this is a 2-year-old bay filly by Show Me the Money out of Lady Nat. I'm going to 1, 9, and 7 in the afternoon's opener, the nursery lottery race for West Indian bred 2-year-old maidens. Good luck and join me for the afternoon's second race. As I say, good afternoon to Neil Gill, who will give you his post comments and the pari dividends that these horses are offering for 7 of them. Their debut, and for the other 9, the other 2, their second track appearance. Neil, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lyndon, and welcome all listeners and viewers to this afternoon's program. And we have our field of 9, these juveniles having their first taste of racing here at the Garrison Savannah. Number 1 is Julia, and Julia is in at 5-2. She is Princess Julia, beg your pardon, Princess Julia. Ridden by Enrico Prescott, weight 113 pounds, and it's in at 5-2. 1-4 favorite this afternoon is Francine. Having her second start, she's owned by Mr. Luther G. Miller III, JP, and Mrs. Suzanne Miller. Trained by Victor Cheeseman, the weight 116 pounds, and she's now gone to 2-5. 99-1 on horse number 3, The Code. Owned by Galileo Racing, trained by Philip Batson. Delano Lopez puts 1 pound overweight, 122 pounds. So that's number 3, The Code, in at 99-1. 3-1 on horse number 4, Gabby's Girl. Owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Mr. Bino, I beg your pardon, Stephen Bino. And the weight 116 pounds. That's in at 3-1. 23-1 on number 5, Mikal. The weight 113 pounds, in at 23-1. 9-2 on horse number 6, Hurricane. Owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr. Antonio Bishop rides, 121 pounds. Number 7, New Money Honey, is in at 9-2. Lester Edwards, 111 pounds. Number 8, Kitten Star, owned by Mr. RJ, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman rides, 121 pounds, and is in at 19-1. And 5-2 on horse number 9, Get Cracking, owned by Mr. Chalner Jones, MBE, trained by Philip Batson. Slade Jones rides, 116 pounds, is in at 5-2. So from the top, 3-1 on horse number 1,
Princess
Julia.
Julia.
1-2 favorite on number 2, Francine. 99-1 on The Code. 3-1 on number 4, Gabby's Girl. Number 5, Mikal, is in at 14-1. 9-2 on horse number 6, Hurricane. New Money Honey, number 7, is also in at 9-2. 19-1 on horse number 8, Kitten Star. And to round out the field, number 9, Get Cracking, is in at 5-2. And we have a very interesting field here, Lyndon, as we have 2 outside, and those would be number 8, Kitten Star, who's now going up to be loaded.
So just 2 outside spots. I'll take it from here.
Yep.
6 ladies against 3 gentlemen. What a way to start the afternoon's proceeding. As an airplane makes its way into the GIA, Grant Adams International Airport. And we're just about set for the afternoon's first race with Get Cracking, who's yet to get going in. And Kitten Star in the colors of Mr. RJ. Very bright colors. Gloss yellow with purple. And Get Cracking will be the last one to be brought forward. Jockey on board is Slade Jones. And this is all connections here. Father, son, grandson, grandmother, and Get Cracking is really having none of it this afternoon. The others are standing quietly. Princess Julia drawn one for her debut. Then there is Francine the Code. I like that one spot. What's the price on the code as Get Cracking goes in? And we're all set for the afternoon's nursery to get us on our way. On our way, the red flag is raised. And the gates are opened from the inside. Princess Julia is quickly into stride, but guess what? New Money Honey is a new leader. Horse number 7 goes to the front by 2.5 lengths. On the inside, that one is Francine towards the outside. Kitten Stars closely followed with them. Get Cracking races in 4th. Hurricane travels in 5th. Mikal having a little difficulty at the moment. Understanding what's going on is in 6th. Then there's Gabby's Goal, who has 2 beaten. Those will be the Code and the Princess Julia, who will have to run from the back. The quarter mile has been carved out in 25 and 1. As they begin the descent towards the 2 furlong pole and out in front, it is New Money Honey traveling remorselessly well. At this time of the year is Hurricane. Change the guard up front. We're just about 2 furlongs from home. Hurricane goes to the front under Anthony Bishop, and one head brings them into the home stretch. It is Hurricane clear by a length and a half. Make that 2, make that 3. On the outside, trying desperately is Get Cracking. New Money Honey has called it the afternoon. Francine is running on the spot, and wide on the outside, late on the scene is Princess Julia. But Hurricane wins the first race on this, the Barbados Turf Club 9th day of its second racing season from Get Cracking, followed closely for 3rd and 4th between Francine and Princess Julia. And I can tell you that these 9 juveniles stop the clock in 1 minute flat over 1,100 meters. In a moment, I have a recap for you. And welcome back while we await the winner to come back. I can tell you the results posted on the board. 6, 9, 1, and 2. 6, 9, 1, and 2. Horse number 6, Hurricane. Second, horse number 9, Get Cracking. Third, horse number 1, Princess Julia. And fourth, horse number 2, Francine. As we wait the winner, going to do some housekeeping. Races today brought to you by 92.9 VOB. And the FM is also 94.7 FM CBC. And of course, MCTV channel 118. MCTV channel 118 for all your racing coverage. Of course, you can go on the Barbados Turf Club www.org site, and you can watch the streaming from there as well. And just to go through the changes for the program thus far while we wait the winner to come back. In race 2, we will be without horse number 5, Kezia. And number 5, Kazaya, don't go in race number 2. There is no change to race 3. Race number 4, scratches 3 and 9. 3, Guess Again, and 9, Waterbird. Race number 5, scratch 1, 3, and 6. 1, Island Cotton. 3, Storm Force. And 6, Refire. The first 2, we will see a little later on in the afternoon. Race number 6, we will be without horses 1, 5, 6, 7, and 10. 1, Bonita Bay. 5, Azam. 6, Oprah. 7, Visionary. And number 10, Sensational. The afternoon's feature race will be without horse number 5, Debonair David. 5 don't go in race 5. Sorry, race 7, beg your pardon. And in race number 8, we will be without horses 7 and 9. 7, Oriental Crown. And 9, Defiant David. There's plenty on offer today. You will want to play some of these races, if not all. There's a minimum guarantee of $2,500 inclusive of $1,689.10 to a single winner. If you had correctly identified the top 4 finishers in race number 1. So for the winning that race alone, that's what's on offer. As I look downstairs, the winner is now being led back in by, I think this is the groom and trainer, Edward Walcott Jr. in the shocking pink and the blue skins. And this is horse number 6, Hurricane. And congratulations to the Interconnections. And only this morning I was having this conversation. You don't usually see Edward Walcott bringing 2-year-olds this early in the piece. But I think what has happened here, because of the COVID-19 presence across the globe, they've been forced to bring them at this stage because many a race they haven't been cancelled. And you're normally not going to get the accustomed maybe 5 and 6 sprint races that you would normally get before these 2-year-olds get down to the classic. So good to see Edward Walker in winners enclosure. And as I said, only this morning we had that discussion. And I can remember of late, the last horse he turned up with so early in his 2-year-old career, that was Candy Floss. She ran an excellent race when finishing 2nd. And unfortunately, she passed away the very next day. But Hurricane, this one looks very, very mature. Seems very, very well settled, as most of Edward's horses are. Very well behaved. And looks as though she has scope for improvement. I keep saying she, just heard the word Hurricane. And I must say that he traveled just as fast as Elsa. Yeah. And he did just that much damage because by the time he got by the 2-furlong pole, the field simply didn't know what had passed them. And it was just a Hurricane that was heading for the line. And said Hurricane winning in 1 minute flat with time practice of 25-1, 48-2 for the half mile. And the 2-year-old Bear Colt by Storm Arrow out to Angelic Peace stopped the clock in 1 minute flat to give Edward Walcott Jr. his 3rd win of the meet. And actually his 4th win of the meet. 37 starters, 5 wins now, 5 seconds and 8 turns. So congratulations to the connections of horse number 6, Hurricane, who went off at 5-1. Second was horse number 9, Get Cracking. 2-year-old Bay filly by Almador out of Body and Soul. Took a little time to get going. And as a matter of fact, then made some headway between the 3 and the 2-furlong pole to come into contention. But when Antonio Bishop pressed the button on Hurricane, it just seemed as though rather than stalling in the Atlantic Ocean and earmarking Barbados to cause destruction, he just took off. And, you know, he just landed at the garrison and landed safely. There was no destruction at all, other than he reported to the winners enclosure for his connections. 3rd was horse number 1, Princess Julia, and she would have lost most of everything at the beginning of the race. She simply was outrun by the 2 horses in yellow, those being Francine and Kitten Star, which came across from the 8th hole pretty quickly. And when she realized what was going on, she was actually lagging at the back of the field, going between the 4 and the 3. and made a nice ground on the outside. Obviously, at this stage in their career, it's a matter of just running past tired horses and run on decently on the outside, get up to deny Francine, who went off as a 3-5 favorite, and she eventually finished fourth, a 2-year-old bay filly by Almadura, out of Realistic, owned by Luther Miller III and his wife Susan Miller, and ridden by Rashid Hughes, took along 116 pounds. Princess Julia, of course, is owned by Mr. Barty Bishop and is trained by Naz Issa, and that combination continues to have a fantastic season. We will see them a little later on in the afternoon's program with Lady Diva. So congratulations to all concerned. I can tell you that race number 1 has been declared official. Race 1, the nursery allotted race has been declared official. The winner, horse number 6, Hurricane. Second, horse number 9, Get Cracking. Third, horse number 1, Princess Julia. And fourth was horse number 2. And of course, that was none other than Francine. Horse number 3, The Code, well, at 99 to 1. He obviously will need to get a hang of things here by Almador Millennium Mile. Was always a back marker, never factored, never featured in the betting, and finished downfield. Gabby's Girl also got a name call in the first maybe 2-3 furlongs, but then after that, obviously, the lack of racing experience told upon this daughter of John Bryan out of Gabrielle Marie, and would appreciate maybe a little bit of cut. That's the tendency to these John Bryan horses, and I'm sure that she too will be better off with the experience under Ricky Wolcott. Of the others, Mikhail was in contention going down the back stretch, but obviously was running a little erratic, not knowing which feet to put down, which way to go, a little in and out. Obviously, as I said, it's one thing to work on mornings by yourself or with a one horse, but then when you go in a field where there's at least 7 to 8 horses, then it's a different ball game altogether. But she will be better off for today's experience, the daughter of Derby Kitten or the Dance, Daddy Dance. Hurricane, as I said, that was the winner, and Hurricane wasted no time in going past New Money Honey, and she went down the back stretch like a pop kite. And this lady, Nat Mir, is known for throwing those kind of horses. Cleared out early, had no challengers going between the 3 and the 4, was maybe 4 or 5 lengths clear over the top of the hill, still looked good. But in the blink of an eye, obviously, once a hurricane is on the scene, you cannot get to the bank. And obviously, for self-preservation, one has to stay indoors. And that was the case because she quickly retreated. As a matter of fact, she retreated so far that she didn't finish in the top 4 after showing such early speed. Kitten Star, well, he made his presence felt in the first 3 furlongs. And after that, just backed out of it and will be better off for another experience and Get Cracking. As I said, got going late. And then by the time that he got into his race, he didn't show the speed that he showed in his first outing race. He actually pressed the leader. Today he was racing with the back pair, and then gradually made some headway before she ran out of gasoline to threaten the winner. So that's how I saw it. Neil Gill will tell you how he's going to see the Plant a Tree Handicap, which is race number 2 on the afternoon's card, which will see a field going 1,800 meters, and it's a decent field of 6 horses. Neil?
Thank you, Lyndon. It is the Planter Tree Handicap. It is going 1,800 meters, as you said. It's for horses 3 years old and older, rated 70 to 52. Also open to horses 3 years old and older, rated 51 and below. There's one non-starter in Keziah. That's number 5. Keziah will stay indoors. Number 1 is Sing Sing, owned by Mr. Nicholas Moutet, trained by Robert Pierce. Eric Daniel rides 125 pounds. That's number 1, Sing Sing. Eric Daniel 125, and Sing Sing will wear blinkers. Number 2 is Undisputed, owned by Fearsome Foursome, trained by Andrew Nunez. Rashid Hughes rides 123 pounds. That's number 2, Undisputed. Rashid Hughes 1, 2, 3. Number 3 is Good Vibration, owned by Mr. Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman rides 128 pounds. That's number 3, Good Vibration. Anderson Trotman, 1, 2, 8. Over the page we go to number 4, Nelos, owned by Box 2, trained by Kenny John. Enrico Prescott rides 124 pounds. That's number 4, Nelos, in blinkers. Enrico Prescott, 1, 2, 4. Number 6 is Aerodynamic. Aerodynamic is owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr., and I'm sure that the connections are hoping for the daily double with this one. It's number 6, Aerodynamic. Antonio Bishop rides 116 pounds. It's number 6, Aerodynamic in the town tie. Bishop, 116. And the final starter is number 7, Ollivander, owned by Miss Marina Corbin and Mr. Stephen Walcott and Richard Edgell. Trained by Victor Cheeseman, Ricky Walcott rides 117 pounds. That's number 7, Ollivander. Ricky Walcott, 117, and Ollivander will be outfitted with a town tide. And that's the field to face the starter for race number 2, the Plant a Tree handicap, going a distance of 1,800 meters. So we're just going to continue on the screen to witness the replay of race number 1. And they got off to a pretty level beginning. You see, early on, New Money Honey would have been the quickest into stride. Francine, or overwhelming favorite, was in second position early. You saw Hurricane sweeping on by. By the time they got to the quarter pole, it was all over Brother Shoutin. As Hurricane, much the best this afternoon.
Yeah, decent win there for Hurricane, said, and showing all the horses, including the second and fourth place horse. You obviously can tell they still would be better off with the more experience. The more they race, obviously they would improve, showing the inexperience of wandering around, looking around, But you got to understand that they are babies, and hence this is new to them. And in that case, then we will want them to give them some time to get the schooling right, get to really understand what this game is all about. And that being said, we will continue to look forward for what they have to offer us. The horses are in the parade ring for the afternoon's second race, which is just about 15 minutes away. And until then, do stay tuned for coming attractions. Welcome back, where we are looking forward to the afternoon second race, which is the Planter 3 handicap. 1800 meters for 3 years and older horses, rated 70 to 52 by extension, is open to 3 years and older horses, rated 51 and below. Exiting the post parade fairly early is horse number 3. This is Good Vibration, and this one just coming into your picture. Ridden today by Anderson Trotman, 128 pounds, as he looks to scalp this race here, where the purse is some $18,500. Looks the part. Slight dabbling at the back in the form of small diamonds, and usually that's a sign that a horse is coming to win. And I'm sure that they're all coming to win, whether they have dabbles or not. And you can see the print there. You call that a tattoo. I'm not so fortunate to have a diamond or heart tattoo, but Good Vibration, who goes off here as the second choice at 95, is ridden by Anderson Trotman, a veteran in the irons, having won 8 championships in Barbados, more than any jockey that has ridden here at the historic Garrison Savannah, and he simply cannot be ridden off, even though as he begins to age, and they say like fine wine, you will get better, and hopefully we will see Trotman around for quite some time. Moving back to horse number 1, Sing Sing, ridden by Eric Daniel, will claim 5 from 125 and will go to post at 120 pounds with blinkers. And Sing Sing, his form has simply left him, and when it will come back, that is left to be seen. And horse number 1, Sing Sing. Number 2, Undisputed, and Undisputed looks for a double here. Ridden by Rashid Hughes, 123 pounds. We can go forward a little bit and pick up horse number 7, Ollivander, just about to exit the parade ring. Reunites with his race day jockey from last year's Derby. This is Ricky Walker, 117 pounds with a tongue tie on. And Ollivander is expected to make the pace here, really, in a what you call a paceless race. And could have a say with the early fractions, might be hard pressed to get it done, but if left alone, and we see what mood Ricky Walker is in today, last race day he was in a mood where everything went haywire from the front, and if left alone, like the case with Shane Doan and Gandalf, obviously we will know, or we know the results of that if he's left alone on the front end. Going back in chronological order, we've done the first 3. Let's pick up horse number 4, Nilos, and this is the other horse in here who can freewheel at the front end. Ridden by Enrico Prescott in at 119 pounds for this assignment. Nilos with blinkers, and has been in good form at this trip, and anything further 10 and 11 furlongs has done reasonably well. And the other horse that we will now pick up will be horse number 6, Aerodynamic, in the shocking pink colors, and this combination has done the trick earlier with Hurricane and the Bishop and the Aerodynamics, a combination that has worked well for the stables. They go down to the start with 116 pounds for this 1800 meters race. My win is going to come from horse number 3, Good Vibrations, which left the parade ring early, and the first one you picked up. And if you look down the start, just taking a walk down there, a cool, casual walk down with a groom. And despite the fact that she tours with 128 pounds, she had the beating of Aerodynamic with a, the beating of Undisputed with a similar weight, 128 pounds. Came home flying that afternoon. Different conditions then. Goodish to soft track then gets a good track for this engagement. And with 7 minutes of post time, we will know momentarily how this does will settle. But that gets the bank as my winner here for the owner, Mr. Adam Dean, and trainer Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman is on board. I'm going to take horse number 2, Undisputed, which seeks a double. But as I said, short while ago, his colors were lowered over this trip by the very same Good Vibration, and that all occurred on the 16th of July when that race came back in 153 flat. On that occasion, Undisputed took along 122 pounds, so just a 1 pound he goes up, and Good Vibration sticks at 128. So I'm going to stick with that results there for a forecast. To complete my trifecta, I'm going to take horse number 7. This is Ollivander, Shown on the board at 5-2. So it's a decent betting race where the entire public believes that everyone can win. Ollivander is also a winner this year, 16th of July 2021 on the Afri Ward, defeating Fillmore's and Preacher Boy, which were much lighter weights. And for this occasion, the fact that he can control things up front, unless Nilos decides to go with him, he finishes on my third line. 3, 2, and 7 for me. In the afternoon's Plan to 3 handicap, which goes a distance of 1,800 meters. 5 minutes before post time, as I say, welcome back to Neil Gill.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As the Plan to 3 handicap, going a distance of 1,800 meters, horses 3 years old and older rated 70 to 52. Also open to horses 3 years old and older rated 51 and below. Those facing the starter as follows. In at 5-2 is Sing Sing in blinkers. Eric Daniel rides 120 pounds. That's number 1. Sing Sing. Owned by Mr. Nicholas Moutet, trained by Robert Pierce. The weight 120 pounds. Number 2, Undisputed, is definitely the undisputed favorite in the race. In at 3-5, owned by Fearsome Foursome, trained by Andrew Nunez. Rashid Hughes rides 123 pounds. That's number 2, Undisputed. Rashid Hughes rides 123 pounds. 5-2 on horse number 3, Good Vibration, owned by the Dean, Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman rides 128 pounds. That's number 3, Good Vibration. Anderson Trotman rides 128 pounds, and Good Vibration, as I said, is in at 5-2. 4-1 on horse number 4, Nilos, owned by Box 2, trained by Kenny John. Enrico Prescott rides 119 pounds. That's number 4, Nilos. Enrico Prescott 119, and Nilos will wear blinkers. Number 6 is Aerodynamic, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr. Antonio Bishop 116 pounds. That's number 6, Aerodynamic. Bishop 116, and Aerodynamic will wear a town tie. And your final starter is Ollivander, owned by Miss Marina Corbin and Messrs. Stephen Walcott and Richard Edgell. Victor Cheeseman is the trainer. Ricky Walcott rides 117 pounds. That's number 7, Ollivander. Ricky Walcott 117, and in at 5-2. So the odds from the top: 3-1 on horse number 1, Sing Sing. 2-5 on Undisputed. 3-1 number 3, Good Vibration. 7-2 on horse number 4, Nilos. Number 6, Aerodynamic, is in at 3-2, and 5-2 on number 7, Ollivander. And when you take a look at this race, it's a very, 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 all the horses are with it's a shot in this race. There's no clear outsider. You can say definitely everybody is hands down on Undisputed, who has been in a rich form recently, and you really can't go against Undisputed in this event. Has the services of Rashid Hughes, and I do believe that, all things being equal, this 4-year-old bay gelding by Janak out of Lady Constance should repeat here this afternoon. Number 1, Sing Sing. Sing Sing was owned by Mr. Nicholas Moutet, trained by Robert Pierce, has gone off the boil tremendously. As I was making a comment before, Sing Sing was, I think it was in early 2000, and they're saying the last time it was in 2018, yes, was really going very well, and but the last 6 starts or so has not really been himself. A 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Copy That out of Integration has really gone south of the border in terms of the form. Has his regular partner, Eric Daniel, and with 120 pounds coming late, we will see if Sing Sing can find some form. Good Vibration, number 3. She was a winner 4 starts ago when she won at 1,800 meters. She ran a very, very good second the next time out to War Eagle, where she was just beaten by a short head going 2,000 meters. Then she took 118 pounds, and I found that when she takes the weight 128 or so, she is in the money. She's a very consistent horse, but she usually finds the weight a little difficult. With two to go, we see Ollivander and Aerodynamic. I'm joined by Lyndon, who has his eyes on them, and he would bring you the coverage of race number 2, the Plant a Tree Handicap, going 1,800 meters.
Thank you very much, Gil, as Aerodynamic comes forward. And the last one to come forward is Ollivander. And Ollivander goes in. They're all in. And they're all away for the afternoon's second race, the Plant a 3 handicap. Over 1,800 meters, and the half dozen runners are being led by Ollivander, who scoots off to a 4-length lead. In second position under a handy hole is Undisputed. Third on the outside. That one is Nilos. Then there's Aerodynamic in the shocking pink. Further out wide in the yellow helmet is Good Vibration. The back marker at the stage of the turn into the straight for the first time is Sing Sing. They're singing coming up the stretch for the line for the first time. And it's Ollivander on the snug hole with Ricky Walker. The quarter in 25 flat under the line for the first time into the paddock bend. And Ricky Walker has Ollivander made up like blankets, sheets, and pillowcases heading towards the 5.5 furlong pole. They're tightly bunched, so he backed up the pace considerably. That Sing Sing walks into second position. Good Vibration remains the back marker. In front of that one, you get on the outside, Undisputed, Nilos, the shocking pink colors of Aerodynamic remains second from last, and the back marker continues to be Good Vibration. Half mile in 48 and 4. There is a little increase in the tempo, which is being sorted out by Ollivander, handily held by a length and a half. In second position is Nilos. I can also see on the outside traveling well as Undisputed. Lap on that one outside is Aerodynamic, who now goes into third position. Undisputed, beg your pardon, relegated into the fourth. The back two at this stage will be Good Vibration, who has a lot of work to do, humping 128 pounds. And Sing Sing will need a miracle as they pass the furlong pole. 6 furlongs in 1:15 and 4. And they're about to swing into the lane on the outside. The shocking pink colors up. Aerodynamic shows prominently in between horses. Is Nilos against the rail. Ollivander still hanging tough. It is Ollivander from Nilos. Ollivander by a head. Nilos trying desperately. Aerodynamic has given it up. It's Ollivander and Nilos. Ollivander and Nilos. Ollivander holds on from Nilos by a head. In third, a long way back, would have been Good Vibration, followed by Aerodynamic. Undisputed beats one home, and that is Sing Sing, and they'll stop the clock in 1:53 and 3 for the Plant a 3 handicap. In a moment, I'll have a recap for you. And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where the results has been posted on the board unofficially. 7, 4, 3, and 6. The winner horse number 7, Ollivander. Second horse number 4, Nilos. Third, horse number 3, Good Vibration. And fourth was horse number 6, Aerodynamic. And this one looked to be a serious challenger, turning for home on the outside. But just run out of petrol when it mattered most and simply could not have gotten up the stretch. So as you look downstairs, the third and second horse are being led back into the post-parade, the parade ring where they will be on saddle. And we await the winner, which is Ollivander, and confidently ridden to victory by Ricky Walcott. And Neil, as I was saying before the race in my pre-interlude, if left on the front, because this was one of 2 front runners in the race, Ollivander, the other being Nilos. And the fact that Nilos opted not to go, I thought that they really played right into the hands of Ollivander and jockey Ricky Walcott. And, you know, in these times where this is, you know, we're in the pandemic time and the supermarket has been crammed with traffic and people waiting to get in long lines to get in the supermarket. Well, going into the Pallet Bend, Ricky Walcott certainly brought everybody on his heels. He just slowed it up. It doesn't look slow because he went 25 flat.
Yeah.
He increased a little to 48 and 4. But that increase just seemed to send everybody crazy behind there. And suddenly, we had 6 horses going through the Pallet Bend where 2 lengths would cover the first 2. The last horse, just because they all went chasing after Ricky Walker. But yet still, when they're straightened up, going down the back stretch, no one went to take him on. And he was allowed to steal the march, and he comes home in 153 and 3. As I look downstairs, the winner is just being collected. And this is horse number 7, Ollivander, smoothly and confidently ridden to victory by Ricky Walker. This is a 4-year-old chestnut gelded by Jeanette out of Annabelle Jane, who's fathered by Nosferatu and owned by Marina Corbin, Stephen Walcott, and Richard Edgell, trained by Victor Cheeseman. As I said earlier, superbly and confidently ridden by Ricky Walcott. And as I said, he's been in good form. He's had a good return to form, and on his day, he is simply poisonous. And left alone on the front end, as I said last race day, if he had 7 rides, all 7 were put to the front. You either hold on or you pay the price. But it is shown that if you just allow him to go, he is so adept at fractions. He is so adept at how much he wants. Because looking back at the race, coming out of the gates, as we look at the pictures being taken, and the entire connections, including Blakey, the groom, the assistant trainer, and Destiny Osborne, down there as well. And congratulations to all concerned. And this is horse number 7, Ollivander. And disappointed badly in the Derby, finishing off the tins. Came back, made amends, I think 2 races later after reward. Comes back today with Ricky Walker, who was aboard for that Derby ride. And put to the front, never headed, and getting the victory in 153 and 3. Time fractions 25 flat for the quarter, 48 and 4 for the half mile, 6 furlongs, which is when it slowed down considerably again. From 48 and 4, you're going to run 115 and 4. Technically, 48 and 4, you're looking at 113 worst case scenario. Then 141.4 for the mile. So Ricky always had a cat and mouse game going on, and I believe that from the jump from 25 to 48, that 23 fractions just seemed to trick everybody. And at the start, he went 4 or 5 lengths clear quick. Then they were allowed to sort themselves out coming down the stretch. Then they caught up with him going into the Pallet Bend. Then he took off again while his horse was still handily held, making the others use up their horse.
Yeah, and it goes to show that Ricky Walker, Lyndon, by far, I mean, on his day, he is head and shoulders above the jockeys here, in my opinion. You know, I always say I've been following Ricky for years from the time when he was at Northlands and at Stampede Park. And, you know, to win jockey championships, and I know some people question, you know, the tracks and so on, but when you see, or we would seen how Ricky was riding there, and he comes back here, and that experience always holds you in good stead. And here today, Ricky, or I shouldn't say today, I should say over the last couple race days especially, you can see that Ricky, he takes his, he was taking the horses to the lead, and you know, in terms of knowing fractions, and I know that this is something that Remember my good friend Rodney was saying, no, Anderson Ward. It reminds me of Anderson Ward, who always it seemed to have a clock in his head, as the old boys would say, and to know the fractions, know the tempo, how quickly the race is going. If it is going a little too slowly, I know I can pick it up a little bit, or if it is going quickly, I can do my thing. And Ricky just knows these things, and he took them out early, stretched them out a bit, and as you said, he played that cat and mouse game, and it played right back into his hands. When they went over the hill, it was basically giving the horse the break, chase him over the hill, and go from there. So it's always good to see Ricky, and it would really be good for some of the youngsters, the younger jocks, to learn, take notes from the older heads now, like Anderson Trotman and the same Ricky Walker, and learn their craft. And I think that Ricky has a lot to offer the youngsters here, the younger jocks in the jocks room.
Well, having said that, the race has been declared official. The race has been declared official. And it will give you a little bit of e-spot if we do the runners and riders for you for race number 3, which happens to be the back to school of the race. I know you are headed out of the classroom come Monday. And this race is for
online.
online. And this race is for West Indian bred three-year-old maidens. A field of 12, and they are as follows. Number 1 is Bali High. Rhythm Gerald Beckles, 118 pounds is the weight on horse number 1, Bali High, which happens to be the property of Melrose Racing and trained by Rommel Perkins Double. Number 2 is Destino, the property of Sir David C., trained by Stephen Bino. Rhythm to Sean Hazelwood, 123 pounds. The young man will claim 7. And Beckles on horse number 1 will claim 3. And horse number 1, Bali High, will wear blinkers. Rear down to horse number 3, Anastasia, 1 of 3 in here for Hopefield Stables, the other being Destino and No Boss No, who's drawn 4. Anastasia is ridden by Rashad Knight, who will claim 7 from 118 pounds for the Andrew Nunez trained brown filly. Number 3, Anastasia Knight, 118 and minus 7. No Boss No completes the 3 in here from Hopefield Stables, just adjacent to the airport. Trained by Andrew Nunez, ridden by Rashid Hughes, the champion jockey, 4 times, 118 pounds, and No Boss No wears cheek pieces as usual. Number 4, No Boss No in cheek pieces, Rashid Hughes, 118. Over the page, Miriam races in the colors of Mr. Adam Dean. Richard Dean is the trainer. Anderson Trotman gets a leg up, 118 pounds for horse number 5, Miriam. Number 5, Miriam. Anderson Trotman, 118. Rainbow Warrior makes his debut. This is a trio chestnut gelded by War Quaimut of Aldiva, owned by Mrs. Margot Atkinson, trained by Kenny John. Antonia Perch will ride at 123 pounds. Number 6, Rainbow Warrior. Antonia Perch, 123. Bucephalus is horse number 7. For NTD Racing, trained by Mark Armstrong, ridden by Dylan Lopez, who claims 3 from 123. The equipment to be used, a visor and a tongue tied. Number 7, Bucephalus. Mark Armstrong, your trainer. Dylan Lopez, the rider, 123 minus 3. Unstoppable is horse number 8, ridden by Enrico Presto, who will claim 5 from 118. The filly will wear a tongue tie for Victor Cheeseman, who's the trainer. This one is owned by Janive Watkins and Roger Simpson. Number 8, Unstoppable. Enrico Prescott, 118 minus 5. Jerusalem is horse number 9 for Stephen Allen Madu, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Pavan Badri. And the weight is 118 pounds with a tongue tie. Number 9, Jerusalem, ridden by Pavan Badri, 118. Flick the page, we get number 10, The New Normal. This one races in the colors of Sunset Farms, trained by Hayden Nichols. Siobhan Bell is up, and he claims 7 from 118. The New Normal, Siobhan Bell, 118 minus 7. Magenta is horse number 11. First time starter for Mrs. Gay Smith, Errol Walker Jr. and Antonio Bishop. That trio who strive in the shocking pink colors with the blue stars. 118 pounds is the weight. Number 11, Magenta. In her debut, she is a 3-year-old dark bay filly by Lion King out of Hoyden. Number 12 on the outside is a stablemate of Bucephalus. This is Storm Catcher, ridden by Eric Daniel, who will claim 5 from 123 pounds with blinkers, the equipment. Number 12, Stormcatcher, Eric Daniel, 123 minus 5. And that is the field for the afternoon's third race, where I can tell you that race number 2 is official, and that's the plan. That is the plan 3 handicap. It finished in this order. The winner was horse number 7, Ollivander. Second, horse number 4, Nilos. Third, horse number 3, and that was Good Vibration. And finishing fourth was horse number 6, Aerodynamics. Up next, we have the replay of race 2. Quite noticeably, the horses for this event were loaded from the outer part of the track, which is to ensure a level start for all concerned who need to rush towards the rail. And straight away, Ricky Walcott just glides over to the rail from the outside with Ollivander, and already he's got it made up and he wants to tear down. And already he's put maybe 4 to 5 lengths on Undisputed, who took up the chase early as the horses came into the stretch with the black back marker and the red cap, yellow body with red stripes in Sing Sing. So traveling fairly spread out going into the top turn. And it's at this stage then that the whole crowd, for some reason, just found themselves tightly bunched there. And that's when Ricky Walcott, then he moved from 25, which is a walk, to 48. So a little 23, and he sort of brought them off their laurels momentarily. And just going down the back stretch, not a lot of change in the order. But obviously, Ricky Walcott still controlling things in the green cap. Nilos now goes to the flanks of Aerodynamics, but not pressing the issue. And I think is at this stage then that the question probably should have been popped. And if you're going to get beat, you have to get beat out there rather than just waiting and waiting. And there is young Prescott on the outside in the white cap, the blue face mask on, and Aerodynamic decided to go and take up the chase, which was a good move by Bishop, because you just can't let Ricky bridle all back to the two, and there he is, and now he's asked his horse to get into another gear, turn it into a sprint, and he still enjoys a length and a half lead. That brings Nilos in the middle under some pressure. Aerodynamic on the outside, Bishop just a little bit, struggling a little bit to switch the cane, but at that stage, Aerodynamic was spent, and it was now between Nilos and Ollivander. And Ollivander, again, the better of that stretch duel, simply because he saved all the energy along the rail. And Nilos was content to sit back, maybe a length and a half off going on the back stretch, then make that run going towards the 2, but still had not done enough to bring Ollivander off the bit, and that is the results. When we come back, we will have payments for you, hopefully from the second race and race number 1, which is due to you. Stay tuned for coming attractions as the horses are pretty much making their way to the parade ring for the afternoon's third race. Stay tuned. And welcome back. The horses are on post parade for today's fourth event. Actually, third event, the back to school a lot of weights race for West Indian bred 3-year-old maidens going the distance of 1,100 meters. The purse is a handy $16,500. Number one is Bali High, and this one is to be ridden by Gerald Beckles, 117 pounds. And Bali High horse number one, Bali High, is in at 52 to 1. 52 to 1 on number one, Bali High. Horse number two is Destino, one of three in here for Hopefield Stables. Ridden by Deshaun Hazelwood, 116 pounds, in at 99 to 1. Anastasia is horse number three. And this brown filly will go off on the Rashad Knight at 113 pounds and presently at 16 to 1. That's a good price in the betting, 16 to 1. 99s on stablemate Destino. No Boss No will carry all the money. Horse number four. This is your 1 to 2 favorite with Rashid Hughes on board. 118 pounds. The equipment to be used, cheap pieces. Over the page, horse number 5, Miriam. Presently on the board at 99 to 1. And that's also a good offering here, 99 to 1. Never mind the price. You get Anderson Trotman at 99 to 1. Well, it's time to wake up. 118 pounds here for Miriam. Rainbow Warrior for his debut. This is 3-year-old Chestnut Gelding by War Crime out of Aldiva. Will go off at 49 to 1 in the betting. And that's interesting. 49 to 1 on a Rainbow Warrior with Antonio Perch on board, 123 pounds. Bucephalus, Visor and Tongue-tied equipment, 122 pounds with Dana Lopez aboard for Mark Armstrong. And horse number 7 is presently in at 33 to 1. Victor Cheeseman sends out Unstoppable with Enrico Prescott at 113 pounds. And horse number 8, Unstoppable, appears in the betting at 10 to 1. Pavan Badri, right, Jerusalem, who is horse number 9. 118 pounds for trainer Robert Pearson. Horse number 9 is in at even money. Flick the page, the new normal is at that new price, which is not showing on the board at the moment. So we're going to wait for the board to switch and tell you that Siobhan Bell is on board, 114 pounds. And there's no price shown on the new normal on the board, but I can tell you that he is up at the post parade, up at the start. Magenta for her debut is 3-year-old Dark Bay filly by Lion King out of Hoyden, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr. and ridden by stable first call rider Antonio Bishop, is up at 118 pounds. And horse number 11 will debut here at 57 to 1, unlike Hurricane, who won at 5 to 1. And round out this field is the stablemate of Bucephalus. This is Stormcatcher, horse number 12, and he goes in with Eric Daniel up at 118 pounds, and they are out in the betting at 31 to 1. 31 to 1. And for this event, which offers Parry Forecast and Trifecta, I'm going to take horse number 9, Jerusalem, as my winner here. Just ran out of petrol last race day to be exact, going 1,570 meters. So drops down to a trip that I'm sure that she will be more comfortable at by showing me the money out of Dancing Lady. And now presently at 6 to 5 in the betting, second choice on the betting board. And this is my winner for Stephen Alamadu and trainer Robert Pierce with Pavan Badri on board. On my second line, I am going to go for the long shot. This is Anastasia, horse number 3. So I'm just going to switch it up a little bit. Horse number 3, Anastasia, 17 to 1. And I thought that this one ran an excellent race last time out when interfered with in that race where she would have finished 6th, beg your pardon. She ran into the 4th place horse on that occasion, Kendra's Lady. And I thought from watching the replay that with a clear passage, worst case scenario, she would have finished second at least. And I think if she can reproduce that run from the 16th of July, once nothing went wrong with her, I'm fairly confident that she can price up the exacta here. Horse number 3, Anastasia, who is hovering around 17, is now coming to 16 to 1. On my third line, I'm going to go for the stablemate. This is No Boss No, horse number 4. And this one is well considered in the betting. Presently, a 3 to 5 favorite. And with a name like that, No Boss No, is telling me that you're going to do what you want to do. And what I think they would like this one to do is to get into the winner's enclosure. She's now galvanized a third, 2/3, a fourth, and a second. And she has started a minimum of 6 times. So they are hoping that she would hand in that maiden certificate there, just being turned around up at the start there by the handler, as we are just about 5 minutes outside of post time for this event, which carries a purse of some $16,500. To complete my 4, as it is a superfecta race, I am going to take horse number 5, Miriam, and now at 53 to 1. 53 to 1. And when last I checked, it was at 99 to 1. It was a little surprised it was at 99. And Miriam has now found herself coming into 53 to 1. And I think that she's better than the odds does suggest. A little bit of sweat between the hind legs. And if she can run anywhere near to her first offering, and I think her first offering resulted, actually it's not her first offering, she has a second place here. Back on the 26th of December, Boxing Day last year, behind Dream Society, and we know that Dream Society has gone on to be one of the top 3-year-olds in the country. And if she can reproduce that form, I think that she can get on the tins here to complete my superfecta and give a good return. So for the superfecta here, I'm taking 9, 3, 4, and 5. 9, 3, 4, and 5. Good luck, and join me for the afternoon's 4th race. So having said that, and having done a synopsis of how we think the race can unfold, I hope you are having some luck. Remember, if you're to stand a chance of winning today's pick Soca 6, you have to make your wagering now, and there's a decent carryover for the Soca 6. And let me give you all that information. And the minimum guarantee of some $11,000, inclusive of a carryover, some $8,103.20. So a single winner for today's winning combination, the Soca 6. So you have to win the next 6 races to be able to cash in on that selection there. Let me give you my Soca 6 picks. Let's see how much money I'm willing to spend. I'm going to spend a decent sum of $192 in the Soca 6. It's worth wagering. If you're going to spend $192 to win $11,000, well, do the math, you know. It isn't rocket science. Don't watch the money, just spend the money and hope to win. I'm going to take, in race 3, I'm going to go 2 across, 3 and 9, 3 and 9 in race 3. Race number 4, I'm going to go 2 across again, 1 and 8, 1 and 8. I'm also going 2 across in race number 5. So the first 3 legs I'm going 2, 2, 2, and race 5 is 2 and 4. In race number 6, I'm going to go 3 across, which is 3, 12, and 13. 3, 12, and 13. Let me make sure that I have that right. No, I'm going to go 2 across. I'm going to go in race 6, I'm going 3 and 13. So I'm going 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. Race 7, I'm taking 4. I'm expecting that Speed Franco will not disappoint and show the speed that he's shown up at Gulfstream Park and get his maiden victory here on his debut at the Garrison Savannah. I'm taking 1 horse in race number 7. Sorry, racing. And then in the nightcap, I'm going 4 across. 3, 4, 11, and 13. 3, 4, 11, and 13. So I'm going 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 1 by 4. And that bet is going to cost you, I'm going to lower it down, a nice $64. $64 for a dollar. So I'm not going to worry to spend that $192. You know, these are tough times. So that bet will cost you $64 at a stake of $1. The loading process is very much on its way. Neil Gill, he has the glasses on them. And we've got just about 2, 4, 6 outside. 2, 4, 6, 7 outside. So I can give you some odds from the top. Bally High is in at 44 to 1. Hasn't done anything really and truly that can recommend her. In her only outing, she was beaten by Fantastic Move when finishing 10 of 12 on that occasion. Still 3 to 5 on horse number 4, No Boss No. Number 2 is in at 75 to 1. Destino hasn't done a lot. There's been a whisper out for this son of Aristidemos out of Just Dance, but Just has not been dancing. That will make one want to head in that direction. 14 to 1 on Anastasia. This is my nice long shot as the new normal goes in. Horse number 10. Still to see any odds on the board for that one. 7 to 5 on horse number 9, Jerusalem. Horse number 7, Unstoppable, is in at 21 to 1. Number 8. Sorry, Unstoppable is at. Let me get that right. Number 7 is 21 to 1. That's Bucephalus. Unstoppable, number 8, is in at 9 to 1. We have number 6 at 18 to 1, and that will be Rainbow Warrior. Miriam is in at 50 to 1, as we have just about 5 outside. And one of those 5 will be horse number 3, Anastasia. I'm very sweet on Anastasia, and just keeps coming down from 17s to 16s to 13. Horse number 7, Bucephalus, is outside. The jock is down. So 2 in here. Also outside is stablemate Stormcatcher, who will wear the black cap. And I'm trying to pick up the rider on Bucephalus, who's in the gates with the yellow cap. So easy to distinguish for my fellow partner, who will play the Sesame Street in here. Sesame Street jingles of colors. And just showing the importance of Sesame Street. You learn your colors. And you have 2 horses wearing the same colors, as in Bucephalus and Stormcatcher. And then you have to identify them, separate them by the cap. One wears a yellow cap, the other wears the black cap. So just 4 outside, and still 3 to 2 on Jerusalem, and 4 to 5 clear favorites. And horse number 4, no boss, no. Horse number 10 is still trying to get a price for the new normal, and for some reason they're not showing me a price. 44 to 1 on Magenta for that one's debut. And Stormcatcher, who will load last, has already gone in, is in at 23 to 1. For the call, Neil Gill, as number 7, Bucephalus, comes forward.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As Bucephalus is halfway in, he goes in now. Starter raises his red flag. And he sends them racing for the 3rd race on the program. And Bali High got a beautiful break from on the inside. Sweeping by is No Boss No. Unstoppable is in 3rd. Jerusalem is in 4th. In 5th position is Anastasia. Between horses is Bucephalus. On the outside, Bucephalus is stablemate. Going by is Stormcatcher. Then comes Magenta. Rainbow Warrior, Miriam. And the back marker in the early exchanges is the new normal as they race towards the 3 furlong marker. And Jerusalem has gone about her business. In 2nd position is No Boss No. There's a gap of 3. Now that's to Bucephalus. Bali High is getting a bit closer. Then on the outside is Stormcatcher. Unstoppable is the next one through. Then comes Anastasia, and the others have a tremendous amount of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. And it is Jerusalem now being encountered on the outside. Here comes No Boss No. And down the stretch they come. And it is No Boss No who puts her head in front on the inside. Jerusalem is trying to hold on. Here comes Unstoppable. But it is all over. Birds are shouting, No Boss No gets home from Jerusalem. Then came Unstoppable, Bucephalus, Anastasia, Destino. Then came Rainbow Warrior, the new normal, Stormcatcher, Bali High, Miriam, and Magenta in 106 and 2. In a moment, we'll have the unofficial placings for you. And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where the horses are coming back in. And the winner, race number 3, No Boss No. Some very, very, very happy connections. They're from the Hopefield Barn. Everyone looks very, very, very pleased with this afternoon's performance of this 3-year-old chestnut filly by Preach to Me out of Woman is Boss. It's owned by Lady Seal and trained by Andrew Nunez, and very well ridden by champion jockey Rashid Hughes. Second was horse number 9, Jerusalem, and this is owned by Messrs. Steve and Alan Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Prevent Badry Road, and came second. In third position was horse number 8, Unstoppable, owned by Messrs. Jean-Yves Watkins and Roger Simpson, trained by Victor Cheeseman, Enrico Prescott Road. And fourth was horse number 7, Bucephalus, owned by MTD Racing, trained by Mark Armstrong, and Delano Lopez was the jockey. They did the opening quarter in 25 flat, the half in 48 and 3, and they stopped the clock in 106 and 2. And we were talking a bit off air, and they were saying that No Boss No, was basically running second, third, and we were thinking she wasn't going to get home, but it was a really pleasing performance this afternoon to see her really just turn the tables as they got to the top of the turn. Coming home, it was just all over bar the shouting. She just pointed away from Jerusalem, who took the lead going down the back stretch, and it was, as you were saying, it was just how easily she was going to win. I did think that the run of the race came from horse number 8, Unstoppable. It was coming with every stride, but I just think that this one might probably need a little longer in terms of the distance. And fourth was horse number 7, Bucephalus. Also was coming with a run, and we will probably see how this 3-year-old chestnut colt by Derby Kitten out of Slipstream, and it has good speed, and we would have been expecting that early jump from his dam. Slipstream, as we were saying a little earlier when we saw the other half, I can't remember right now, came out, and we were expecting to see that early burst, and Bucephalus has not really shown that zip which we would have thought he would have had from his dam side. But the race has not yet been declared official, but unofficially, we have 4, No Boss No, second, horse number 9, Jerusalem, third, horse number 8, third, horse number 8, Unstoppable, and fourth, horse number 7, Bucephalus, as the blue light now burns to show that the race has been declared official. Lyndon Yard, your comments on race number 3.
Yes, thanks very much, Spot, and good to see No Boss No finally handing in that maiden certificate. And that, in terms of track appearance, this was appearance number 7 for her. There was always a lot of scope from her opening race when she finished 6th behind the Conky Man, 3rd the very next effort. And it's about time, having been knocking on the board for 2/3, a 4th, and then a 2nd. And it's always good to get that monkey off your back. And by monkey, I mean the wins out of the way. I finally have the payment, so we do apologize for those of you who are yet to get any payments, and we're obviously experiencing some difficulties, not only online, but in terms of posting the results as well, so we do apologize for that. But what I can do before we move forward, I'm going to go back, and remember this is September, and a lot of things happened back in September. Remember, in September we had Hurricane Janet. Do you remember that spot, or do you know that? You weren't wrong at that point in time, Hurricane Janet.
Come on, Lyndon. really. We've only heard stories of the devastation.
I wasn't trying to give away your age, I wasn't trying to give away your age. Just want to know that you were informed of what happened back in September. It's a good time to remember,
Yeah, and I do remember hearing the stories of the devastation caused by Hurricane Janet back in, I think, 1955. And I know hearing from my parents and so on how they had to moved from around, I think, the Carrington Village area, and they said there's a lot of water going down by the Globe, what was then the Globe Cinema, what we know as the Globe Cinema. There's a lot of water going down there, and if anyone remembers, a couple of years ago, the when rain falls. And I could speak to that Tweedside Road area. I want to say good afternoon to all my friends and so on in the Carrington Village area. Marsh, over by Marshall shop. When we know when rain falls, Lyndon, it is a lot of water going down to Eastside Road, and you can see a lot of water goes down into Weymouth pasture, then out by the Queen's Park. It is a lot. And I remember hearing my mom especially telling me about that. And, she always say, Neil, I never saw so much water in my life. And yeah, she would have been a little girl, but yeah, she remembered that. So yeah, Hurricane Jeanette back then, and we pray that we don't see another hurricane like that.
Well, I'll tell you what. Race number 4 is named after Hurricane Jeanette, and how you like this name for one? Well, with the name of Jeanette and Hurricane coming in September, you obviously can't like that name. That's horse number 2.
Yeah.
Horse number 5, Fool Me Not. And with those stories, obviously, our parents back then, our grandparents would not be fooling us. What is a hurricane like, Of course, back then there would be no lady divas, no midnight chicks out at that time, no eye catcher, So just playing with the team and the horses in that race, and it's the kind of race that, once a hurricane is pending, there's always a calm before the storm, where the whole area, the country tends to go still, and while the hurricane tends to gather momentum and decide where and when it's going to land. But we hope that we've seen the best of the West for the seasons thus far, and let's hope that nothing else hurricane-wise comes this way.
Yep.
So before I go into the runners for that race, actually I will give you the runners for that race, and then I will give you the payments for race 1 and 2. The starters for the Hurricane Jeanette handicap, race number 3. Is it Jeanette Sport or Janet? Because back then the names then and now. Back then you said Jeanette. No, it's a defunct name. Because in these times, there's Shakira and Shamilia and...
well, you remember these young names.
Felicia and Caroline. And, it is more...
So we now have, as it say, you have Jeanette or Janet. Potato, I guess. But, yeah, I guess we will go with Janet.
Okay, so we can go with Janet. Right. And the first drawn one in the Janet handicap is Sebastian. And Sebastian is owned by Lady Seal, trainer by Andrew Nunez, and ridden by Rashid Hughes, who just won for this combination, including the husband, Sir David Seal. As a matter of fact, no boss, no running in Lady Seal's colors. Yes, so this combination altogether. Sebastian is horse number 1, in cheek pieces, 119 pounds. Number 2 is How You Like This Name, the property of John D. Chandler, ridden by Rashad Meltz Knight, who will claim 7 from 124. We're looking at 117 pounds on horse number 2, How You Like This Name. Number 4, Sativa is horse number 3. Guess Again will not race once more. Sativa, horse number 4, is the property of MTD Racing, trained by Mark Bird Armstrong. He has employed the services of Anthony Bishop, who will hump at 128 pounds today for horse number 4, Sativa. Horse number 5 is Fool Me Not, the property of Mark Goodridge, ridden by Pavan Badri, 121 pounds. The trainer is my good friend Rommel Perkins Lovell, and this combination stole a march last race day with a visionary who is scratched out of the afternoon's 6th race. Number 5, Fool Me Not. Number 6 is Lady Diva, owned by Barry Bishop, trained by Naz Issa, ridden by Enrico Prescott, 129 minus 5, 124. Number 6, Lady Diva, in at 124 pounds for Naz Issa. Tishon Hazelwood will claim 7 from Midnight Chick, who's fitted with blinkers. And together, they are looking at 116 pounds for the owner, Philip Batson. And he's also the trainer. Number 7, Midnight Chick. Just Ain't Easy. Won easily. Last appearance on the 7th of August 2021. Jorah Beckles retains the ride. And for owner, Mr. Shaquille Leacock, and trainer Rommel Perkins, level 127 pounds, having claimed 3 from 130. The equipment, blinkers, and a tongue tie. Number 8, Just Ain't Easy, Jorah Beckles, 127. Scratch horse number 8, Waterbird Eye Catcher, is horse number 10. That's horse number 9, sorry, Waterbird is scratch. Number 10 is Eye Catcher, owned by Titans Racing, trained by Richard Dean, ridden by Lester Edwards, who will claim 5. And we're looking at 124 pounds. Number 10, Eye Catcher, Lester Edwards 124. Lollipop is horse number 11, the property of the Rum Company, trained by Andrew Nunes. So this is 3 and here's thus far for Andrew Nunes. And Ray Williams gets the call. I'm good to see the young man in the irons. I was looking for him all over the North American circuit this season. Haven't seen him, but it's good to see him back in Barbados. And let's hope that all was well. He hasn't suited up for the year, but it's good to have him suit up here. And this is a good way to come back and launch a win aboard Lollipop. You will have to do it with 129 pounds from post position number 11 on the draw. The Awesome Fox is horse number 12. Ridden by Siobhan Bell, 112 minus 5. We're looking at 107. There will be some overweight. He's not that light. And here the Nichols is your conditioner. Number 12, The Awesome Fox, Siobhan Bell, 112 minus 5. And on the outside, San Pedro. In a tongue tie, we'll be ridden by Slade Jones, who claims 7 from the Roger Parvacino trainee. And we're looking at 122 pounds. Number 13, San Pedro. In a tongue tie, Slade Jones 122. From the top, Sebastian number 1 will wear cheek pieces. Number 5, Fool Me Up will wear visor and a tongue tie. Lady Diva is fitted with a tongue tie. Midnight Chick is fitted with blinkers. Blinkers and a tongue tie for Just Ain't Easy. Eye Catcher wears no equipment. Lollipop wears no equipment. The Awesome Fox carries blinkers and a tongue tie. And San Pedro on the outside wears a tongue tie. Due to horse number 9, Waterbird, being scratched from race number 4. The allotted weights for all horses declared to start in this race have been increased by 2 pounds. So that's all the information we have for you from race number 4. So the payments are coming quite quickly, and they shall endeavor to give you them just as quick. So let me go from the top. In race 1, the nursery allotted rates race. The winner there was horse number 6, Hurricane, who paid $9 to win, $2.25 to place. $9 and $2.25 on horse number 6, Hurricane. For running second, horse number 9, Get Cracking, paid $1.20, $1.20. Third was horse number 1, Princess Julia, who returned $1.35, $1.35. The exacta in race 1 of 6 and 9 returned $110.25, 110.25. The trifecta of 6, 9, and 1 returned $296.35, 296.35. And if you had a superfecta of 6, 9, 1, and 2, that is 6 Hurricane, 9 Get Cracking, 1 Princess Julia, and 2 Francine, you are entitled to collect $1,951.20. $1,951.20. Moving on to race number 2, which was the Planter 3 handicap. The winner there was horse number 7, Ollivander, who paid who paid $4.85 to win, $1.60 to place. $4.85 and $1.60. And horse number 7, Ollivander. For running second, horse number 4, Nilos, returned $3. The forecast combination of 7 and 4, Ollivander and Nilos, returned $49.30, 49.30. The trifecta of 7, 9, and 3, that would be Ollivander, Nilos, and horse number 3. Good vibration, returned $462.30, 462.30. Just completed was race number 3, and the winner there was horse number 4, No Boss No. And she paid $1.70 to win, $1.05 to place. $1.70 and $1.05 on horse number 4, No Boss No. For running second, horse number 9, Jerusalem, paid $2.60, 2.60. Third was horse number 8, Unstoppable, paying $2.10, $2.10. The exacta of 4 and 9 returned $3.95, $3.95. If you had the trifecta of 4, 9, and 8, you were entitled to collect $32.65, 32.65. The superfecta of 4, 9, 8, and 7 would pay $153.70, $153.70. I can give you the running order of finish from 5th down. 5th was horse number 3, Anastasia. 6th was horse number 2, Destino. 7th was horse number 6, Rainbow Warrior. 8th was horse number 12, Stormcatcher. 9th was horse number 10, The New Normal. 10th was horse number 1, Bally High. 11th was horse number 5, Miriam. And 12th and last was horse number 11, Magenta. They stopped the clock in 1:06 and 2/5. It is now time for us to have a review of a replay of race number 3. And of course, Race 3 happened to be the back to school allotted race. And back to school starts on Monday online. And just as this field is full, we are expecting all classes to be filled as well. And nice start for the two favorites. No Boss, No Black Body, Blue Sleeves. And then Jerusalem just about to take over the lead on the outside. And the stripes red and yellow cap. And on the inside, and Jerusalem are just clearing out now from No Boss, who's content to surrender the lead from Bucephalus and Stormcatcher, the stablemates who race pretty close in the yellow cap and the black. And you see number 7, Bucephalus in the yellow cap. Stormcatcher losing ground. And now No Boss No is going to ask the question to Jerusalem. And they're going to have it between themselves, turning in the lane. The others are somewhat not making up enough impression. The white body of Unstoppable makes an appearance. This is best effort from this one thus far. And they just begin to lug in, the jockey just correcting and finishing third. And no doubt about the winner, No Boss No. And horse number 11, Magenta, failing to do what Hurricane did in race number 1, the stablemate. And while Hurricane finished first, Magenta, for his debut, finishes at the back of the field. So there you have the replay of race number 1. Race 4 is just about 13 minutes away. And you can stay tuned for common attractions. Remember, coverage of racing today on MCTV channel 118, VOB 92.9 in the FM. There's also CBC Radio 94.7 FM. And of course, you can also have a wager online, www.barbadosturfclub.org. And you click create account, follow the instructions. You can also use your credit card to enter your information and put in how much money you will want to wager. Simple instructions to follow. And in less than 3 minutes, your account will be ready for you to wager wherever you are in Barbados, in your car, in your home, in the city. Unfortunately, you can't be with us here at the Garrison Savannah because of the protocols, the COVID-19 monitoring unit protocols dictates that, and we have to maintain all social distances as where possible at all times, as well as wear our masks, hand sanitize, as we try to get rid of this ugly stigma that has already have the world in a topsy-turvy. And we have to all play our part and not only protect ourselves, but be each other's keeper and protect one another. Especially look out for each other, our families, because the young ones are the future. And really and truly, COVID knows no name, it knows no color, it knows no boundaries whatsoever. So this is not a paid advertisement, but I'm just trying to play my part and make sure that we all do the right thing. Stay tuned for coming attractions as the horses are already in the parade ring for race 4. And welcome back. We're back. We are back. And we are moving on to race number 4, which is the Hurricane Jeanette handicap. And already going up to the start, we can pick up horse number 10. And this is a catcher. So making an early exit from the parade ring for this encounter. If that is a sign that it's all about getting a victory, well, first out. Usually in the gates, it's the last in, first out. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll win, but if this is the first out of the parade ring, let's hope that this 6-year-old Dark Bear Mirror by Storm Arrow out of color purple can land this event. And this one is going up to start with Lester Edwards on board. 124 pounds for this engagement on horse number 10. This is Storm Catcher. This event in itself will offer Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta is the second leg of the Soca 6. Let's pick up horse number 1, Sebastian. And Sebastian is the mount of Rashid Hughes in cheek pieces, 119 pounds for this assignment in here. And presently, 5-1 in the betting. Moving down to horse number 2, how you like this name. And this 9-year-old horse is ridden by Rashad Meltz Knight, 117 pounds in here. And owner trainer John D. Chandler has been without a win for quite some time, and this is a good time, if ever there's a time, to get a win. Over the page to horse number 4, Sativa, ridden by Antonia Bishop, packs the 128 pounds for this engagement. And horse number 4 is presently out in the betting. I'm just waiting for the board to switch quickly. And horse number 4 is in at 23-1. Fool me not. Horse number 5 for this engagement is in at 4-1. Ridden today by Pavan Badri, 121 pounds. The equipment to be used, a visor and a tongue tie. Lady Diva is horse number 6, fitted with a tongue tie. Enrico Prescott is aboard. The final weight, 124 pounds is the weight there on horse number 6, Lady Diva, who's shown on the board at 5-1. Midnight Chick, a winner last effort, which was on the 16th of July, will now seek to make a double. And presently, under Tishon Hazel at 116 pounds with the blinkers. And presently, horse number 7 is in at 5-2 in the betting. Flick the page, horse number 8 also seeking a double. Just ain't easy with the jockey. Gerald Beckles is in at 5-1 for trainer Ramel Perkins level. They're going to have to do it with 127 pounds, and that's a tough assignment, having last one with 123 pounds. So for this assignment, he goes up 4. We have already spoken about Eyecatcher. Let's pick up horse number 11, Lollipop, without a win for quite some time. As a matter of fact, 2 years and almost 4 months, 2 years since, haven't won since the 29th of April 2019. And a Lollipop, horse number 11, is ridden by Ray Williams. And we're just looking at him there in the post parading. Looks well masked up, well protected from anything that will be going around. Looks as cool as a cucumber. He's a long, lanky sort, and remember, he is Barbados' only Sovereign Award winner, the only Sovereign Award apprentice jockey, the only Sovereign Award jockey from Barbados or the Caribbean to win the Sovereign Award. And good to see the young man back in the thick of things, and he looks ready for business. As I said, mask up the way a mask should be worn, and even his ears are well protected. And only his eyes are out momentarily until he pulls those goggles down. Just spend a little time on the young man, and good to see him back in the thick of things. On his outside will be the pair of the Awesome Fox, Siobhan Bell, who did not make the trip down to Asabonia Downs this year, where Antonio Whitehall surrendered his title. And we hope that Siobhan can make the trip over for the start of the new season next year. And he raised the Awesome Fox here, horse number 12, which is shown on the board. And the prices, for some reason, the prices on the horse from Sunset Farm are not shown. We didn't have a price for the new normal. No, we don't have one for the Awesome Fox. But I can tell you, with blinkers and a tongue tie on, they will go to post at 114 pounds, 114 for this assignment. So he's riding light, which is a good sign. On the outside, San Pedro, ridden by Slade Jones, who is still seeking that elusive victory. And he reminds me a lot of Slade Callahan, long, tall, white. And speaking of Slade Callahan, we see the flag flying, the Barbados Turf Club flag is flying at half mast, and that's in respect of the passing of David Callahan, who serve in many capacities here at the Barbados Turf Club, and on behalf of the Board of Management Directors of the Barbados Turf Club and indeed the racing fraternity, we take this opportunity to offer our condolences to the Callahan family. David would have played a tremendous part in racing here in Barbados, and in particular, his sons, Slade Callahan, who continues to do human services and horse racing at Woodbine Racetrack in Canada, and of course, Brett Callahan, who is very much a practicing steward here at the Garrison Savannah, and I'm sure that he would join the ranks of stewards in a short time. So we take this opportunity to offer them our deepest condolences on the passing of their dad, David Callahan. And Slade Jones is aboard San Pedro for Roger Parvicino. And speaking about connections again, Go Gigi Go Gigi Go, which is owned by Roger Parvicino, has been ridden on several occasions by Slade Callahan, keeping the Barbados connections and the Barbados flag flying at Woodbine Racetrack in Canada. So there you go, horse number 13 at 29 to 1. Now for this event, I'm going to take my winner as horse number 8. Just Ain't Easy. There goes the big guy with Gerald Beckles. Just feeling a little frisky. You have to do it with 127 pounds. It's a tough assignment on this occasion, but he was an easy winner in the end over similar company, because this company here is by no stretch of the imagination would you really lose any sleep over this crowd. What you can lose sleep in getting is to get maybe 1 or 2 upsets in here that could bring up the purse for this super factor event. So I'm going to take Just Ain't Easy as my winner, and present on the board at 6 to 1. Just making sure it's a 6 to 1. Yes. On my second, I'm going to take horse number 1, Sebastian, 3 to 1 in the betting. Just come into your picture. We just saw a victory there by No Boss No. And the cameraman, very spot on. He works tirelessly on any given race day, and kudos to him and his entire staff. But it's always good to work alongside him. He's always spot on, making sure that you can see the horses wherever you are, in the luxury of your living room or the comfort of your car using your cell phone. And horse number 1, No Boss No, with champion jockey Rashid Hughes is up. Sorry, not No Boss No, but Sebastian is stablemate of No Boss No. And maybe these colors can repeat. Fall on my second line. On my third line, I'm going to take horse number 5, Fool Me Not. I know that ladies love a grey horse. For some reason, ladies just love a grey horse. And this combination here of a grey horse, Pavan Badri and Mark Goodrich, they landed the gamble last race there with Visionary, who stays indoors today. This fella has been knocking on the door, and for quite some time he's fooled us. Presently in the betting, I'm going to give you his odds in the betting at 92, and maybe it's time that he gets to the winner's enclosure finally by winning the race. He benefited from his lone victory when Lady Diva, who he opposes today, was DQ'd earlier in an exchange. And looks well turned out, and I know Mark is very sweet on his chances and the entire connections. And a white horse with white blinkers, Neil, so you shouldn't have any problem missing this one. White horse with white blinkers.
should be able to pick out that one.
And then to complete my 4 in the super factor here, I'm going to take horse number 13, San Pedro, who I think can pick up the pieces. My only problem with San Pedro is that he's going to have to come from the outside. As I said, this field is no stellar field to worry about. If young Slade Jones can get him out, get him within striking distance, I believe that he can pick up the pieces or maybe even run past them all, because he is the one horse in the race that is likely to finish the race. But it's a matter of getting out. The 7 pounds off are critical to his chances, and I believe that to their chances, and I believe that once he can get out, save some ground, come over, maybe 1 or 2 horses. Unfortunately, looking at the lineup inside of him, there's the Awesome Fox speed, Lollipop speed, Eye Catcher speed. So he's going to have it tough. But if he can just clear those early, I believe that he can come round out the super factor, finishing 4th, or maybe just cause the upset at 23 to 1. So I'm going 8, 1, 5, and 3 for my picks in this, the afternoon's second, or actually the afternoon's 3rd super factor on this, the Barbados Turf Club, 9th day of its 2nd racing season. The sun has left us. We are blessed with some light grey clouds hovering around the Hilton, so that's no threat to us, but it seems to be heading towards the southern side of the country. If I look towards the east, and I like to look towards the east because the wise men come from the east, and unfortunately Dean Spring is still in the east. And he's gotten a month off. Good afternoon to you, Doc. And this race is all setting up for a Good event as we have two loaded. And those will be horse number 1, Sebastian, and now number 2, how you like this name. So 3 to 1 and 8 to 1. I'm going to give you the odds as they go into the post. In post position 4, Sativa, just being loaded, is in at 13 to 1. They're now going to try with Lady Diva, horse number 6, 9 to 2 in the betting. Next up is horse number 7, Midnight Chick. Neil Gill have the call. Midnight Chick is in at 3 to 1. Anchored off and waiting patiently is Just Ain't Easy. And horse number 8 is a 5 to 1 chance in the betting with Gerald Becker, who's a ice cool ladder. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4 outside. And those will be Lollipop in the fluorescent green, pink, blue, all those colors that when you are in kindergarten, they are very prominent in the nursery. As Midnight Chick comes forward and wearing customary blinkers for owner trainer Philip Batson, a faithful supporter of horse racing for as long as I has known of him. Now they're going to try with the 5 to 1 choice. Just Ain't Easy. Horse number 11, Lollipop with Ray Williams, is going to come forward, and they're at 5 to 1. They're going to try with number 12, and this is The Awesome Fox. Do we have a price for The Awesome Fox? Yes, 89 to 1. No wonder they was hiding that. Number 13, San Pedro, is in at 20 to 1. And the last one to come forward is the Grey. Fool Me Not. He's not going to fool you. He has the call. Neil Gill.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. Fool Me Not goes up. And she goes in. All in. Set for start. And they're sent racing for the 4th race on the program. And how you like this name is the early one to go. Sweeping by on the outside is Eye Catcher. Then along the rails we find Sebastian. Lollipop is flying by on the outside. Then comes Lady Diva. Between horses is Justin Easy and San Pedro is your back marker. As they pass the 4th furlong marker. And it is Eye Catcher in front. From on the outside is the Awesome Fox. They've gone on by about 2 lengths now to Fool Me Not. In 4th position is Midnight Chick. Lollipop is the next one through. Going by on the outside is Just Ain't Easy. How you like this name is Between Horses. Then comes Sativa. Dropping back is Sebastian, and Lady Diva is your back marker as they just passed the 2 furlong marker. And Lester Edwards has sent on Eye Catcher. Fool Me Not. We'll try not to fool us this afternoon as she brings them into the lane. It's down the stretch they come, and it is Fool Me Not in front. Here comes Just Ain't Easy. On the outside is San Pedro, but it Fool Me Not may just get home. It is Fool Me Not. She wouldn't fool us this afternoon. She wins it. From on the outside, San Pedro. Then came Just Ain't Easy, Eye Catcher, Sebastian, Midnight Chick. Then that was Lady Diva. How you like this name? The Awesome Fox and the Lollipop in 107 and 1/5. In a moment, we have the unofficial placings for you.
And welcome back. As we look downstairs, we can see the winner just about to be brought back, and Ramel Perkins level, one of the brightest sparks, I should say, in training in Barbados. And good to see the young man beginning to get some winners. He's been entrusted with some horses at a high level, Body Tap, Radio Flare, to name a few, and he's done well with trainer Mark Goodrich with Guess Again. I think that was the first horse that they would have won with when they took over that horse. And now Fool Me Not lands this afternoon. The results posted on the board unofficial, of course: 5, 8, 13, and 10. Horse number 5, Fool Me Not. Second, horse number 8, Just Ain't Easy. Third, horse number 13, San Pedro. And fourth was horse number 10, Eye Catcher, who left the post parade early, went into the start, tried to steal a march, got a flyer from the gates, took them all back to the two-furlong pole, but when the pressure was turned on, they capitulated. The winner is now about to be led in by, on the left of the horse, Mr. Chris Marshall, and on the right, Mark Goodrich. So this is the connections that have been doing some damage, and they will look to do a little more damage with Body Tap and the Radio Flare once they can get that one right. But they're here, they have landed now with Fool Me Not. And how long has Mark Goodrich been involved in racing? I came into racing and I found him, and I am getting close to a half century. So I believe that Mark Goodrich, who would obviously pass a half century, and I know him from his chosen career as a lawyer, and I've known him even longer than I know him as a lawyer, as a racing owner. And interestingly enough, congratulations to Pavan Badri, who
you're seeing this combination.
It's no surprise here because Mark is very good and has done reasonably well representing Barbados in Trinidad with several horses. He's taken several horses from Barbados to Trinidad. Visionary being one of those that went known for the Derby, where he took over that horse from Steve Samaru. And he's brought it back here because racing in Trinidad, not on its best foot as they would like at the moment, but it's good to have Mark. As I said, he's worked out several combinations down there before, and he combines here with Pavan Badri. And I always believe that, despite the fact that Fool Me Not has fooled us several times, when you're given the fact that Mark landed a gamble last week at 7-1 with Visionary and Pavan Badri with 128 pounds, there was no reason why you would not suspect that something is up here today. You know, and congratulations to them, and congratulations to Pavan Badri, who's up from Trinidad, and he is very much riding first call for Stephen Allen Madu and their charges. We saw him earlier with Jerusalem. We will see him a little later on with Meringo and Stockyard as well. So congratulations to the interconnections. Of course, the winner, horse number 5, Fool Me Not, and this is the first time that she's actually passed the post in front. You know, but we will go down to her second victory. As I said, she's a 6-year-old Graham Mare by Zwick out of Funny Valentine, owned by Mark Goodrich, trained by Ramel Perkins Lovell, and ridden to victory by Pavan Badri. In second was horse number 8, Just Ain't Easy. A good showing for Shaquille Leacock since he's taken over this 5-year-old bay horse by Zwick out of Wild Danny, finishing second at 127 pounds. Came to have a chance, split horses at top of the lane, but again, there's a difference in weight. 127 versus 121. And Spot, you're back in school online on Monday. So for those children listening, 127 minus 128. What the class should be telling you?
So 127 from 128.
Yeah.
It's only a pound.
Right. So it's actually the other way around. So it's 121 from 128.
121 from 128.
128,
That's 7 pounds. That's your claim.
Right. So you're spot on. You're ready for classes Monday coming. We just had the back to school a lot of race. Third was horse number 13, San Pedro. As I said, drawn on the outside. If the young man could have gotten over and saved some ground, it would be good for him. That was not the case because he was drawn wide. And drawn 13 at the Garrison, for those of you who don't know, you are literally out in the sand.
In the sand.
So you're going to come from the sand onto the grass, and you're going to be hung wide for a while unless you have that speed. And that was the case. And he did finish the race well, but again, having lost that ground that early and not having the early speed to clear certain horses. For example, he would have beaten horse number 10, who was first out of the gates, Eye Catcher. So there's a situation where Eye Catcher went from the gates like a rocket from the gun, left him, and then he had to play catch up. He was able to catch her because she felt the pressure of, I think she had someone breathing down her neck in the early exchanges.
The Awesome Fox was out there.
The Awesome Fox. And again, the Awesome Fox was drawn on the inside of San Pedro. So a good creditable performance by San Pedro, and again a good creditable performance by horse number 10. San Pedro, horse number 13 is a 5-year-old bay horse by Almador, Seattle Sunshine, owned and trained by Roger Parvacino, and Ready Slade Jones, to 122 pounds. And fourth was horse number 10, Eye Catcher. She catch my eye simply because she left the parade ring early, and this 6-year-old dark bear mare by Storm Arrow out of color purple, owned by Titans Racing, trained by Richard Dean, and ridden by Lester Edwards, to 124 pounds. Time fractions 26 and 1, so they were really walking up front. 50 and 1, and they stopped the clock in 1:07 and a fifth. I dare tell you that is not 2 seconds slow. This crowd is just that kind of a crowd. It has nothing to do with this good track, and I would offer my heartfelt congratulations to the members of the Barbados Turf Club preparation team, the ground staff, the track, very well maintained, very well manicured, and these are trying times, and led by Elvis Beng and company, and they continue to do a wonderful job to make it safe for both horse and jockeys, and to ensure that races is held under pristine conditions. We are now moving on to the afternoon's fifth race, and this happens to be the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap. Spot, do you know anything about Arbor Day?
Well, like, when it comes to Arbor Day, dealing with trees. So, it's all about trees. And we had the tree planting, race.
Yeah, the Ollivander plant the tree there.
Yeah, it's definitely. And we have Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap. It's going the distance of 7.8 furlongs or 1570 meters for horses 3 years old and older rated 90 to 72, and is also open to horses 3 years old and older rated 71 and below. We have some non-starters. Horses 1, Island Cotton; 3, Storm Force; and number 6, Refire. They will stay indoors. Those facing the starter are as follows. Number 2 is Shane Doan, owned by Fab 5, trained by Andrew Nunez. Ricky Walcott rides 127 pounds. That's number 2, Shane Doan in blinkers. Ricky Walcott, 127. Over the page we go to horse number 4, Stockyard, owned by Mr. Steve and Alan Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Paven Badri rides 128 pounds. That's number 4, Stockyard in blinkers. Paven Badri, 128. Number 5 is Jack Manani Gap. You're changing owners and trainers this afternoon. Jack Manani Gap is now owned by Mr. Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols, ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, and carries the weight 110 pounds. So if you're normally looking for Jack Manani Gap in his old colors, we're going to see him this afternoon in the colors of Mr. Stephen Kelman. He's trained by Hayden Nichols, and Deshaun Gaskin rides 110 pounds, and Jack Manani Gap will wear blinkers and a tongue tie. Number 7 is the Derby winner of 2020. That's War Eagle, owned by KNC Stables, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Enrico Prescott rides 118 pounds. That's number 7, War Eagle. Enrico Prescott, 118. Over the page we go again to 17 million US. This is owned by Mr. Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman rides 112 pounds. That's number 8, 17 million US. Anderson Trotman, 112 pounds. And the final starter, number 9, it's Inspired Adventure, owned by H&M, trained by Kenny John. Eric Daniel rides 116 pounds. So that's number 9 in blinkers. This Inspired Adventure, Eric Daniel, 116 pounds. And that's the field to face the starter. For race number 5 is the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap, going a distance of 7.8 furlongs. And I can tell you that race number 4 has been declared official, where the winner was horse number 5. And that horse number 5 was Fool Me Not, owned by Mr. Mark Goodwidge, trained by Romel Lovell, and ridden to victory by Paven Badri, as we await the replay of race number 4. All got to a pretty level beginning. Let me say just in easy. Who was the favorite? Well, one of the favorites. It's a touch off the boil. can see Eye Catcher and the Awesome Fox. And always tracking nicely in third position was the winner, Fool Me Not. So she was always in the vanguard early. She was tracking them, Paven Badri, just biding his time with them. We can see Justin Easy's just move through the field. Where Midnight Chick would have been dead on the rails. But as they swung for home, it was Fool Me Not, and Badri is just imploring his charge to go on. He's trying to switch leads, and she goes on. She won it quite easily in the end. So, you can stay tuned for the coming attractions.
Welcome back, where we are moving on to the afternoon's fifth race, and that's the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap. It goes a distance of 1,570 meters. There's a purse of some $18,500. This race offers exacta forecast and parry. And of course, the forecast is the exacta. It also offers trifecta. It's the first leg of the pick four. And if you're to stand a chance of winning today pick four, you must wager before this race runs off. You must wager before this race runs off if you're to stand a chance at winning today's pick four races. And the pick four races 5, 6, 7, and 8. Let's pick them up. Number 2 is Shane Doan, just coming into your picture. Now, this 7-year-old Bear Gelding has been in tremendous form, but stay thirsty of the subtle alley. And if at all he continues to be thirsty, should be tough today with Ricky Walker, who's already won one of the card. The question mark today is that 127 pounds that he's going to hump around the Garson over 1,570 meters, and he will do it with blinkers on. He's presently your 7-5 favorite on the board. Ironically, he seeks win number 4 in succession. The talk around the Savannah this morning, particularly in the grandstand, of victory here could very well see him from the real bird's point of view heading towards this year's Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup if he can take care of this field. Horse number 4 in this field is Stockyard. Well, since he's arrived in the backyard in Barbados, he hasn't run a good race up to now. And he's ridden by Pavan Badri, 128 pounds. That's the question mark again. Blinkers the equipment. Now, this is really his cattle fish by rating because he's rated 90. And this race, of course, is for horses rated 90 to 72 and below. So he's at the top of the rating, but his form is at the bottom of anything good. Number 5, Jack Mananiga, comes in here under the light impulse of 110 pounds. And the young man will pick up claim 7 and put back up 11 to go at 114 pounds. Young Deshaun Gaskin. And Jack Mananiga, for the first time in his career, will race in different colors other than that of previous owner Luther G. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller. And his colors will now be dark brown colors, which is the colors of Mr. Stephen Kelman. And he takes over here, and also taking over is trainer Hayden Nichols. And young Deshaun Gaskin rides with the big boys, and he, as an apprentice, is also seeking that maiden victory. And horse number 5, Jack Manadi Gap, is fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. We're going to move downfield and pick up horse number 7, War Eagle, the Derby winner of 2020. And this is the property of the West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite. Looking downstairs, and you can see Craig just across in the red shirt. His jockey is just in front of him. The interconnections. And for this horse, and many West Indian cricketers have been involved in horse racing. Remember the great Sir Garfield Sobers, our only living hero and legend. Charlie Griffith, Cammy Smith. I can go on and can name them. Sir Wes Hall, and all these gentlemen who have represented the West Indies with distinction, and they were involved in horse racing. So Craig is just following in that footsteps, and he's done well with War Eagle, who's ridden by Enrico Prescott. 113 pounds is the weight, the equipment, blinkers, and a nasal dilator. And we're going to switch over to horse number 8, 17 million US. I like the name of this horse, and one day hope to have at least $17 million in my account. It's a dream I have, but dreams do come true. I'm not so sure it's going to come true for me. But this 5-year-old Bear Mare is ridden by Anderson Trotman, 113 pounds. Imagine now that Trotty is going closer, heading into his early 40s, heading to 50s, and he can catch 113 pounds. And this is an example for any young rider to follow, that at this stage, having spent almost 25 years in the irons, Trotty can still catch 113 pounds. Brilliant by the young man. I like to call 113 pounds on the Richard Dean train, 17 million US. And on the outside, just leaving the parade ring, horse number 9, Inspired Adventure, in those popular colors made popular by Shared Adventure. Horse number 9, Shared Adventure. Inspired Adventure, as I said, in Shared Adventure colors. Blinkers, the equipment, 116 minus 5, 111 plus 3, 114. Eric Daniel gets the first time that he sits aboard this 6-year-old chestnut horse, who is seeking a double as they go on to the post parade. So that's the 6 for the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap, 1,570 meters. And this race offers parry, forecast, and trifecta. My winner is going to come from horse number 2, Shane Doan, and being escorted down to the track. What is interesting is this horse has tactical speed because in his lone victory at 1570 meters, he was hopeless at the 2 furlong pole. He was in a little better position, turning for home, but still in a spot of bother. He was even widest out on that occasion. And by the time the horses reached the bottom of the grandstand, he was just sailing, and he went on by for the victory. Since then, he's tightened up to 1100 meters, and he's shown scorching speed from the gate. Twice he's run 104, under 105, doing everything, winning as he please, and we'll see which option Ricky Walker elects to go with today. But that's my winner, horse number 2, Shane Doan, even though he's humping 127 pounds for this engagement. For Fab 5 and trainer Andrew Nunez, Ricky Walker's on board. On my second line, I'm going to take the Derby winner. This is, let's come into your picture, War Eagle. Now, he has to bring the fight to this company. The first time he stepped out of his company, he ran into his stablemate Gandalf. He did not have the answer. He finished down the board. As a matter of fact, that was his lowest effort when finishing fourth. He wasn't disgraced because it's really a step up. He steps up again, not a deep step up, but he's also back down in weight. Unlike that occasion when he was asked to carry 128 pounds of weight that he's never carried before, he's down to 113 pounds. And if he doesn't get help with this 113 pounds, well, I'm not so sure he's going to get help today, but this is as good an opportunity as ever. As usual, the jock, Enrico Prescott, looks very, very confident on this KC Stable's own horse. But they fall on my second line. And to complete my 3, I'm going to take the out of form Stockyard, horse number 4. Simply because I don't want to take 2 favorites with a third favorite, and then the trifecta pay $6. So I'm going to take 2 favorites with an 11 to 1 shot, and hope that trifecta can pay at least $37. So Stockyard and Pavement Battery, they fall on my third line, but that is wishful thinking. And that's the way I see it. The other option, the other alternative to Stockyard is horse number 8, who is presently at 99 to 1. And that's a shocker because, personally, I believe that 17 million US has equally as good a chance as Stockyard. So, but the public obviously believes that at 99 to 1, she has no chance. Spot, do you have $1 in your pocket you can borrow?
Well, sure, of course. Never a problem with that, Lyndon. I could always lend you $1 anytime.
Thank you. So stay tuned for coming attractions as I hand over to Neil Gill.
Thank you very much. As Lyndon has said, it is the Arbor Day in Barbados handicap, going a distance of 17 meters. For horses 3 years old and older, rated 90 to 72, and also open to horses 3 years old and older, rated 71 and below. The starters are as follows. Number 2, Shane Doan, owned by Fab 5, trained by Andrew Nunez. Ricky Walcott rides, 127 pounds, and Shane Doan will wear blinkers. So that's Shane Doan in blinkers and is in at 9 to 5. Number 4 is Stockyard. Stockyard is a 2 to 1 chance. Is owned by Mr. Steve and Alan Madu. Trained by Robert Pierce. Ridden by Pavan Badri, 128 pounds. That's number 4, Stockyard. Pavan Badri, 128 pounds, and Stockyard will wear blinkers. Number 5 is Jack Manani Gap, owned by Mr. Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols. Deshaun Gaskin rides, 114 pounds. That's number 5, Jack Manani Gap. Deshaun Gaskin, 114, and Jack Manani Gap is in at 14 to 1. This is very, very generous indeed. Number 7 is War Eagle. War Eagle is in at 6 to 5, and he's owned by KNC Stables, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Enrico Prescott rides 113 pounds. So that's number 7, War Eagle. Enrico Prescott, 113, and War Eagle will wear blinkers and a nasal dilator. Over the page we go to number 8, 17 million US. Is owned by Mr. Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean. Anderson Trotman rides 113 pounds. That's number 8, 17 million US. Anderson Trotman, 113, and 17 million US. Number 8 is in at 48 to 1. So Lyndon, someone definitely heard you. So she has moved from 99 to 1 to 48 to 1. And the final starter is horse number 6, Inspired Adventure. In blinkers, Eric Daniel rides 114 pounds. That's number 9, the H&M's Inspired Adventure. Eric Daniel, 114, and is in at 7-1. It is 7-1 on horse number 9, Inspired Adventure. From the top, we go number 2 is in at 6-5. So we're seeing a little cat and mouse game coming through here. Shane Doan is in at 6-5, and now your even money favorite is horse number 7, War Eagle. So the betting public is definitely going between these two. They just can't make up their minds as to who will be the favorite going into this event. So we have number 2 is in at 6-5, 7-2 on horse number 4. That is Stockyard. Number 5 is in at 10-1, and so Jack Manani Gap is going to come down to 10-1. Even money favorite on number 7, War Eagle. Number 8, again, you're seeing the betting public, they're really getting on with 17 million US, especially with this weight. I think that her form, she ran second to Shane Doan the last time out. So indeed, if you ran second to Shane Doan, albeit you were beating 8.5 lengths. Yeah, definitely at that time. But you ran second to Shane Doan. You had 120 pounds. You also had the better of horses like Junipero Avenue. And then to say today you would have been at 99-1. That'd been really generous. Just now come down to 32-1. So people are getting on board with 17 million US. Number 9, Inspired Adventure. A winner the last time out, beating 17 million US. So we have, and that was a crackerjack of a race. Albeit it was going 9 furlongs. They've shortened up this afternoon. They're going 7.8 furlongs, and I do believe that 17 million US might be a little better going 7.8 as opposed to Inspired Adventure.
Well, we're 1 minute away from post time. The loading process has begun.
Alright, so we have here 6-5 on number 2. I'm just going to go through the odds one more time. So you have 1 more minute, 1 minute to post to get your bets in. 6-5 on number 2, Shane Doan, who's, as Lyndon has said, is going after the fourth win in succession. Has done really well since his worst start was the 25th of June 2021, and has just turned around the form and is going here. I know a lot of people are going to go with War Eagle. Let's see the battle as it ensues.
We've got
War
3
Eagle
inside, 3 to go.
versus Shane Doan. Lyndon Yard with the call.
Thank you very much, Gil. And already loaded is Inspired Adventure. Jack Manani Gap. Stockyard is going in. Shane Doan now takes up his place on the inside. And War Eagle has come forward as well. And starter Stephen Thorne raises the red flag. And we've got a nice start to the afternoon's 5th race, the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap. They're out of the shooting onto the main course, and sirens blaring. Out front, it is Shane Doan. 1.5 lengths in front of 17 million US against the rail is the red body white stars of the Derby winner, War Eagle. On his outside, traveling nicely, is Jack Manani Gap. Then there's Inspired Adventure, and Stockyard is renting Lisa Land at the back of the field with the quarters carved out so far in 25 flat. Guess what? Ricky Walker doing as he please up front on Shane Doan. Handily held in front by 1.5 lengths. In second position is 17 million US. Jack Manani Gap, War Eagle, Inspired Adventure, and Stockyard continues as the procession goes down the backstretch to run at the back of this field. Just about 4 furlongs to go, and it continues to be Shane Doan, handily held. Going to press the issue now is Jack Manani Gap and young Deshaun Gaskin. In third position, beginning to feel a little bit of pressure, 17 million US. War Eagle not having asked for a chance yet. Inspired Adventure is joined on the outside for that last position by Stockyard. The half mile is running 49 and 40 over the top of the hill. They begin to transcend towards the 2 furlong pole. And so far, Ricky Walker has taken no challengers. It is Shane Doan. He has company on the outside in Jack Manani Gap. And here comes War Eagle even further wide out. They're turning for home. And it is Shane Doan. Will we have a matchup? War Eagle appears on the outside, on the inside. 17 million US. Here they come deep in stretch. And it's Shane Doan, 127. Closing with heavy stride is War Eagle, 130. Shane Doan, a War Eagle. Shane Doan, a War Eagle. Ricky Walker peeps in the young man's face and wins it by a head from War Eagle. In third is 17 million US. Inspired Adventure, Jack Manani Gap, and at the back of the field in 135 and 3 is Stockyard. In a moment, I have a recap for you. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. 135 and 3 is the final time posted on the board for race number 5. And it's the Arbor Day in Barbados handicap. The results posted on the board unofficially 2, 7, 8, and 9. No doubt about the winner. Horse number 2, Shane Doan. Second horse number 7, War Eagle. Third horse number 8, 17 million US. And fourth was horse number 9, Inspired Adventure. Neil Gill, for your thoughts?
Linden Yard, I don't know what else to say about this horse. This horse has really turned around his form. I remember I was watching a race when he was at Assiniboia Downs. I think it was a race that he went off as favorite and he ran second, but he was doing fractions of 24 and change and so on. And he came shipped down to St. Lucia.
Yeah, St. Lucia.
And then he's found his home here in Barbados. And, you know, at first I was saying, well, he was taking a little while to get into this group. But now, Shane Doan has really come into some form and ran a fantastic race yet again. Ricky Walker showing his class and delivering. He's again showing that he is indeed one of the premier jockeys in Barbados. They did the opening quarter of 25 flat, Linden Yard, 49 and 4 for the half. There was nobody took him on. We know that. We know that if we don't take Shane Doan off the bit, he's going to run you in the ground, and especially with Ricky Walker astride, it's going to be difficult.
I think Spot, what was very impressive here, and because you have to do your homework. He's carrying 127 pounds. He's spotting the Derby winner 14 pounds. He has tactical speed because in his lone 7 for long victory before today, he came from down in the cellar and he ran past Inspired Adventure to win 116 pounds. Goes up today to 127 pounds. That's an 11 pound raise for having won 2 victories. As we look downstairs, he's been led in with connections of Fab 5. Many congratulations to the connections, and they look pleased as punch, and so does Shane Doan. Ricky Walcott, as usual, he's sporting a pair of white gloves. And when I see jockeys in white gloves, I remember Michael Jackson all the time. And Ricky Walcott, I know he means business. As I said, one thing I can tell you about Ricky, he is aptly one of the better jockeys at the Garrison. But I always tell people is which Ricky Walcott wakes up. And in the last 4 race days, he's definitely been at races. He's definitely been on song. And what I am puzzled about is at no point in time that he goes to lead does anyone go to take him on, because now the horse is carrying 127 pounds. Who's going to be sacrificial lamb here? Yeah. Unfortunately, Victor Cheeseman no longer has
who did the donkey work,
who would normally go and do donkey work.
Yeah,
so this situation now is that if no one goes, then Shane Doan will walk the race, as Ricky did. 25 flat, 49 and 4, 1, 14 and 3 for the 6 furlongs, and he's home with enough time to peep in the face of young Enrico Presco, who was driving coming with War Eagle, who was not disgraced because given the fact he was taking 14 pounds lighter, and it just shows that class is class, form is temporary. And as I look downstairs, I see young Prescott just having a word with the West Indies opening batsman Craig Brathwaite, and to the left is his dad, and that is Arlie Brathwaite, and congratulations to them. But no doubt about the winner, horse number 2, which is very much in the photo-taking station.
But Lyndon, before we move on, what was so impressive about this is that when they just got over the hill, Jack Mananiga carrying 114 pounds. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference if Jack went early on or whatever, but Ricky Walker was actually taking a look around to see, okay, who there? It doesn't look as if he was just saying, all right, let me see, that's you? Okay, all right, I think I have you beaten. Now you have enough under me to know that, you are not going to pose a threat. He took a little look again on the inside. Nobody was coming there. And by the time they got to the quarter pole, it was just, let me just shake it. Granted, that War Eagle was coming with a run. It seems as though War Eagle got his gear moving and started to run on. But by the time they turned for home, Shane Doan was kicking and going again. So I am very impressed, having shaken Jack so easily, and then they still have enough to go to run away. Well, I shouldn't say run away, to hold on, to say. But it was a very fast finishing War Eagle. But it was a very, very, very impressive performance.
Well, he did well, and he did it in grand style. And of course, Shane Doan is a 7-year-old bear gelding by Stay Thursday with Subtle Ali, owned by Fab 5, trained by Andrew Nunez, and confidently ridden by Ricky Walker. And this Nunez Walker combination is really, really set alike the Garrison, and Nunez being in the driver's position now to dethrone 8 times champion trainer Victor Cheeseman, who will have to find a way to reel back in Nunez, because he's going to attempt it in the classics, because basically that's where he's been very, very potent. But Nunez with People's Champ will also have an answer and have a say in terms of having drawn first leg of that duel, the Triple Crown duel with People's Champ. Victor obviously will want to replay next race day, which would be Midsummer Creole Classic Day over 1,800 meters. And War Eagle ran a gallant race, but this is improving races for him, and this is where he's really being tested, what he's really made of. It's all right when you're dominating your peers, when you're running with your friends, but when you step up, it really shows how much you have done, how much you have underneath the girth, you know, and who likes potatoes and who likes patatas, as you would say, you know. And War Eagle, 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Eagles Peak, or the Stream Kid, finished a gallant second under Enrico Prescott, taking 113 pounds. Third was horse number 8. 17 million US, and she tried. This 5-year-old bear mare by Eagles Peak, over Sweet Enough, just wasn't enough today. And the property of Adam Dean, trainer Richard Dean, ridden by Anderson Strotman, even with a light impulse of 113 pounds. And fourth was horse number 9, Inspired Adventure, who is finding it very tough to turn away Shane Doan. And for the second time in meetings, Shane Doan has had his number, and this 6-year-old chestnut horse by Tapizar out of Ocean Colors finished 4th for H&M, trainer Kenny John, and the jockey was Eric Daniel, who took 114 pounds on that occasion. As I said, the final time is 1:35 and 3. The sun has left us, and that dark hovering cloud around the western side of the country is just stretched across the seas. No threat of rain whatsoever seems to be falling far off out in the sea, and we are blessed with a cool, nice, calm breeze. No sunshine, but great opportunity for racing. And as we continue the September, to remember, Sport, do you remember the September nightclub?
Yeah, I remember the name. I've never been. I didn't go in there. I mean,
are you age? You should be there, Sport. and speaking of September, remember, it gives me an opportunity to remember some of those great commentators who would have passed through this box before us, and namely, shout out Dave Bernard, Mike Goddard, Kelly Walcott. You know, they've done a fantastic job. You say September, remember, but I remember listening when I was a youngster, and in particular to Dave Bernard, you're Dago! You know, and it was just the in thing to listen to on the radio on any given Saturday afternoon.
Well, you're saying that, right? I mean, I've had some good discussions with some of my close friends, and yes, we all have preferences. We all have pattern. Well, I pattern my style on Mike Goddard. I just love Mike Goddard. He brought a certain passion to it. That's for me. I mean, both Dave and Mike, yes, they had their styles, but I preferred Mike Goddard many a day. I remember we had those all the mahogany chairs, and I used to stand on it. I mean, my grandmother, the rest as well. I remember sitting and listening on the Radio Fusion. I mean, for them, no, okay, I exposed my age again, Radio Fusion. And I remember I used to go and pick the coconut, the thing of the coconut. And I used to be beating this thing. And I mean, she would look around. I always remember Mike Goddard brought a passion to horse racing. And it seems as though it always seems as though you wanted to be there, and that is one of the things that I've also tried my best. I know I've been guilty of shouting sometimes, but you know it's all about passion. You can't suppress how you really feel, and that's how I felt when Mike was calling races. Not taking anything from Dave. Dave at one point in time, I remember the Gold Cup of '82, I think it was, also with Bo Lewis, yeah? And Mike was, and Dave was like, and you see, people don't understand passion, Lyndon.
Yeah, I think with Mike, especially Mike, you could tell from listening to Mike who he fancied.
Oh yes, I knew he loved the whole.
He had this thing for breedings. He had this thing for knowing his horses, and his passion was always heard loud and clear in his commentary, in his post comments, etc. You know, and as I said, good afternoon to those three gentlemen, Kelly
Kelly
Walker,
Walker.
smooth as
Very
silk.
smooth.
And remember,
Very smooth.
always ready to pass on information. They're very much readily available in terms of giving any help out wherever they can. They're always very approachable. From time to time, you will see Dave pass through the box, and from time to time, Mike is always around the garrison, you know, and Kelly's always ear away, or as the young people say, he's at your fingertips, you know. And I remember listening to Dave Bernard, and listening to Dave Bernard remember listening to opera. I was not an opera fan coming up, but when you hear opera and those ladies go down to those notes, and those gentlemen is like, you know, so music to ears. So once again, as we remember,
yes,
I would like to say kudos to those three gentlemen, Mike Gordon, Dave Bernard, and Kelly Walcott. And with that, we are on to the September handicap. $13,500 up for grabs over 1,800 meters for 3 years and older horses, rated 40 to 22 by extension. It's open to horses 3 years and older, rated 21 and below. We have a couple non-starters, those being numbers 1, 5, 6, 7, and 10. 1, Bonita Bay. 5, Azam. 6, Opera. 7, Visionary. And 10, Sensational. Those that face the starters are as follows. Number 2 is Future Star, owned by Rainier Greenwich, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Anderson Trotman, 123 pounds. Number 2, Future Star, Anderson Trotman, 1, 2, 3. Edelweiss, we're racing the colours of Starboy Syndicate, trained by Robert Pierce. Slade Jones is on board. He will claim 7 from 126, and Edelweiss is fitted with a tongue tie. Number 3, Edelweiss, Slade Jones, we're looking at 119 pounds. Flick the page, horse number 4, Amiash, in the colours of Junior Straker. And Juniors is your conditioner. Raheem Torp has his first ride of the day. He's allowed to claim 7 from 122. The mare will wear blinkers, and we're looking at a final weight of 115 pounds. Number 4, Amiash, Raheem Torp, 115. We're going to go downfield as 5, 6, and 7 will not face the starter today. We're going to move to horse number 8, Oberoi. And Oberoi is the property of Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Eric Daniel, who will claim 5 from 123. We're looking at 118 pounds, and Oberoi will be fitted with blinkers and tongue tie. Number 8, Oberoi, the winner of the Midsummer Cradle Classic some years ago, actually 4 years ago, is carried 123, minus 5 with Eric Daniel. Django is horse number 9, owned by Ian Corbin, trained by Rommel Perkins Glover, ridden by Gerald Beckles, who will claim 3 from 127, and Django will wear blinkers. Number 9, Django, 124, Gerald Beckles. Horse number 11, Stevenson's Thunder, will race in the cause of Sunset Farm, ridden by Siobhan Bell, who will claim 7 from 128. We're looking at 121 pounds. The condition is Hayden Nichols. Number 11, Stevenson's Thunder, Siobhan Bell, 121. Number 12 is Secret Mission, owned by Stefan Narang Singh and Andrew Nunez, who's also the trainer, the latter. Ridden by Enrico Presco, he will claim 5 from 128, and she will wear a tongue tie. Number 12, Secret Mission, 123 with Enrico Prescott up. Stir It Up is horse number 13, yet another runner here for trainer Andrew Nunez. I think this is his third runner in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, actually his fourth runner in here. And Stir It Up gets the services of Rashid Hughes, 125 pounds with a tongue tie, and she is the property of Fearsome Foursome. Number 13, Stir It Up, Rashid Hughes, 125. Right on Time will be in time for this race, owned by Stephen Jardine, ridden by Tishon Hazelwood, who claims 7 from 123, and Richard Dean's your trainer. Number 14, Right on Time, 116 pounds with Tishon Hazelwood in the irons. Number 15, Ultimate, owned by Caleb Gibson and Charlie Jones, ridden by Delana Lopez, 126 minus 3, 123. And Philip Batson is the conditioner of horse number 15, Ultimate. Number 15, Ultimate, Delana Lopez, 123. Over the page, horse number 16, Petty Princess, owned by Derry Bihari, trained by Neil Brathwaite. Ridden by Kemar Kelly, who was allowed to claim 7 from 122. 115 is the weight, and the equipment here is a tongue tie. Number 16, Petty Princess, Kemar Kelly, 115. That's the field for the afternoon 6 race of September handicap over 1,800 meters, a purse of $13,500. Just in case you just joined us, Shane Doan, War Eagle, 17 million US, and Inspired Adventure were the way that the Arbor Day in Barbados Handicap 8 finished. Up next, a replay of that spectacular race. So while we wait for that replay to come up, I can tell you the horses are making their way into the post parade for the afternoon's 6th event. And I will give you some payments as well for races 4 and 5 as soon as they become available. Alright, we're going to come right back while we await the replay for race number 6. Let's apologize. For race number 5, sorry. We did say that horse number 10, Sensation, is a non-starter. On the sheet, it's actually not a non-starter. It's just that no jockey was declared for Sensational. So horse number 10, Sensational, is a starter as we have the replay up on your monitor. And there's Walcott, an easy getaway from the gate. And he comes out into the 2 path and will now go down to the rail to occupy. Maybe he's running a path and a half off the rail. 17 million US for company on the outside in the black. A little bit tight there between War Eagle and Jackman and the gap. And I think this is where it kind of got away from them there, because there Ricky's just allowed to canter down the back stretch with a horse that's burned 2 104s or 5.5 furlongs. No. Jackman and the gap is being asked to go up and make an issue of it. Obviously 17 million does not possess that speed, and War Eagle doesn't possess the speed either. So it's really a paceless race in terms of anyone to go. It's either Jack or nobody goes. Now Jack is there. Ricky just take a little look to see who's there.
There he goes.
He takes another look again and wondering, what's this young man really doing? You know, the young man keeping his horse up to task. He's hard at work.
He's already at work.
And Ricky's just like buster.
Easy. Oh, man.
Just holding on. The young man is working hard for his change. War Eagle is now being asked to get into the race. Now Ricky says, let's go. Now with that let's go, obviously, Jackman and the gap is out of it. And it's just a matter of who's going to come. War Eagle appears to be closing the gap with every stride. Obviously, the weight beginning to tell here on Shane Doan. Ricky looks in the review mirror once, looks twice. And looks a third time just to make sure, well, whoever's coming just ain't coming fast enough. You know, so a smooth victory in the end for Shane Doan. And it is good for racing, as he's now racked up 4 straight. We've also seen Queen of Pitons.
I was just about to say that. Where you going to go?
Straight. Now, they're both conditioned by Andrew Nunez. So at some point in time, they will likely meet, because I believe that they will all head, or will want to be headed towards the Gold Cup, which will come a-calling the day after Boxing Day, the 27th of December. So haven't had the replay. I can move into the runners for race number 6, and it's a September handicap. And let me give you who I think can feature here. Let's go from the top. Remember, horse number 10 is in the race, and horse number 10 is to be ridden by Ricky Walcott. So Ricky Walcott takes the ride on horse number 10, Sensational. It'll be interesting to see where this one is settled in the race, whether he's put to the front, as Afri War did 2 starts back and paid the price, or whether he's settled mid-pack or just off the leaders and then come with a run, as Afri War did last race day when he was victorious. Number 2 is Future Star, ridden by Anderson Trotman. 124 pounds is the weight. Number 3, Edelweiss with a tongue tie, ridden by Slade Jones. 119 pounds, 119. Remember, this company goes 1,800 meters, and it's for 3 years and older horses rated 40 to 22. By extensions, open to those rated 21 and below. We are down to horse number 8, Oberoi, blinkers and tongue tied equipment. Eric Daniel is on board, and together they will go to post at 119 pounds. 124 is the weight that Gerald Beckles will catch, and he raised horse number 9, Django. Ricky Walcott Rice, horse number 10, Sensational, who's fitted with tongue tie and cheek pieces, 122. Horse number 9, Django, wears blinkers. Horse number 8, Oberoi, wears blinkers and a tongue tie. Number 11, Stevenson Stendhal, without equipment, will get Siobhan Bell, and they will go to post at £121. Number 12 is Secret Mission in a tongue tie, ridden by Enrico Prescott, 123 on that pair. Stir It Up, horse number 13, ridden by Rashid Hughes, £125. The equipment to be used is a tongue tie. In at £117 is Deshaun Hazelwood, and he is the rider of horse number 14, Right on Time. Number 15 is Ultimate. Denan Lopez claim 3 and goes to post at 123. Denan Lopez, of course, is sponsored by On The Spot News. And on the outside is horse number 16, Petty Princess. And Petty Princess will get the amount of Kemar Kelly, the services of Kemar Kelly, and they go to post at £115. 115 for that assignment. And for this event, which I dare say, race number 6 is also a superfecta event, so it offers pari forecast, trifecta, and superfecta. My winner is going to come from horse number 13. And this is Stirred Up, has been in decent form, 7th, 5th, and 3rd, definitely going in the right direction. Jockey Rashid Hughes with just 1 win on the card, and usually at this time of day he's normally 3 wins under his belt, but of late he's just kind of like relaxed on his laurel. I'm sure that a big day is coming up once again. It's been a long time, or some time, since he has drilled the 5. A 5-4 here, or 5-4 as you call it, if you call it for a win bet in the pool, a 5-4. And he's always a very confident jockey, improving with every start, and they get my back in here to get the job done. This horse number 13, Stir It Up, and of course 13 Stir It Up is the property of none other than Fearsome Foursome. On my second page, I'm going to take horse number 12, just coming in out on the post parade in the colors of Stefan Narang Singh and Andrew Nunes, wearing the Spider-Man with the S on your chest. And horse number 12, just looking at the board just changes. Suspect that tried to get out there, but has really struggled to get out there. And this is no Stella Crow by any stretch of the imagination. And I think that with 2 thirds at 1800 meters, sorry, a third or 4th at 1800 meters, and a third over 2000 meters, that she can control the fractions and have a say when the dust settles here, falls on my second line. I'm going to take horse number 8, Oberoi, on my third line. The Midsummer Creole Classic winner, over 1800 meters under Rashid Hughes. This company might be just be a little too stellar for him at this stage, and he falls on my third line. He hasn't been in the best of form, so I'm trying to get his form to swing around. And I'm going to take number 3, Edelweiss, just leaving the parade ring on my 4th line, stretching out to 1800 meters. Gives the impression that for some reason that the further they go, the better it will be for her. And we will see how that plays out for Edelweiss. I'm going 13, 12, 8, and 3. Join me for race number 7. And Neil, what say you?
Yes, it is the September handicap, going a distance of 1800 meters. For horses 3 years old and older, rated 40 to 22. Also open to horses 3 years old and older, rated 21 and below. Number 2 is Future Star, in at 25 to 1. And Future Star is owned by Miss Renee Greenwich, trained by Victor Cheeseman. Anderson Trotman rides £124. That's number 2. Future Star, Anderson Trotman, 1, 2, 3. I beg your pardon, 1, 2, 4. So it's £124. Future Star, 1, 2, 4. Number 3 is Edelweiss, excuse me, owned by Starboy Syndicate, trained by Robert Pierce. Slade Jones rides £119. That's number 3, Edelweiss. Slade Jones, £119. And Edelweiss will wear a tongue tied and is in at 7 to 1. So the 7 to 1 on horse number 3, Edelweiss. I should say that, yes, it is a tongue tied will be the equipment to use on Edelweiss, and 26 to 1 is the odds, I beg your pardon, for number 2, Future Star. Amiash is number 4, owned by Mr. Junior Straker, trained by Andrew Nunes. Raheem Thorpe rides £115. That's number 4 in blinkers. That's Amiash. Andrew Nunes, £115. Oberoi is number 8. This is owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce. The weight 119 pounds. That's number 8. Oberoi, 119 pounds is the weight. Eric Daniel is your jockey, and Oberoi is in at 16 to 1. 99 to 1 on horse number 9, Django, who's the property of Mr. Ian Corbin, trained by Romel Lovell. Jarrell Beckles rides 124 pounds. That's number 9, Django. Jarrell Beckles rides 1, 2, 4. Getting into the race is horse number 10, Sensational. And Sensational has been in pretty good form of recent, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Romel Lovell. Ricky Walcott, who has the hot hand this afternoon, he picks up the ride on number 10, Sensational, who will be outfitted in cheek pieces and a town tide. So that's number 10, Sensational. Ricky Walcott, 122 pounds. Siobhan Bell gets the call on horse number 11, Stevenson's Thunder, owned by Sunset Farms, trained by Hayden Nichols. The weight 121 pounds. That's number 11, Stevenson's Thunder. Siobhan Bell, 1, 2, 1. Secret Mission is horse number 12, and I should say number 11, Stevenson's Thunder, was in at 17 to 1. Number 12, Secret Mission, is the property of Messrs. Stefan Naran Singh and Andrew Nunez, trained by Andrew Nunez himself. The weight 123 pounds. Enrico Prescott rides. So that's number 12, Stevenson's Thunder. I beg your pardon, Secret Mission with Enrico Prescott, 123 pounds, and Secret Mission will wear a town tide. Town tide will be the equipment to be used on horse number 13, Stir It Up, owned by Fearsome Foursome, trained by Andrew Nunez. Rashid Hughes rides 125 pounds. So that's number 13, Stir It Up. Rashid Hughes, 1, 2, 5. And number 13, as the board goes over, number 13, Stir It Up, is in at 8 to 5. Is 8 to 5 your favorite at this moment? Stir It Up, your favorite. Number 14 is Right on Time, and Right on Time is in at 12 to 1, owned by Mr. Stephen Jardine, trained by Richard Dean. Tashawn Hazelwood rides for 117 pounds. That's number 14, Right on Time. Tashawn Hazelwood, 117. Ultimate is owned by Messrs. Caleb Gibson and Mr. Challenger Jones. Philip Batson is the conditioner. Delano Lopez rides 123 pounds. That's number 15, Ultimate. Delano Lopez, 1, 2, 3, and is in at 11 to 1. 7 to 1 on horse number 16, Pretty Princess, the final starter, and she goes here for Miss Derry Bahari, trained by Neil Brathwaite. Kimar Kelly rides 115 pounds. That's number 16, Pretty Princess, in a town tide. Kimar Kelly, 115. So let's go from the beginning. 30 to 1 on horse number 2. So it's good odds there. 30 to 1 on number 2, Future Star. Elvige, number 3 is in at 8 to 1. 4 to 1 on horse number 4, Amayash. And we have 16 to 1 on horse number 8, Oberoi. Very, very, very generous odds. 16 to 1 on Oberoi. 99 to 1. No one is touching Django. Remains the rank outsider here at 99 to 1. Number 10, Sensational, is in at 5 to 1. 19 to 1 on horse number 11, Stevenson's Thunder. Number 12, Secret Mission, is in at 5 to 1. 9 to 5 on horse number 13, Stir It Up. Who is your favorite? Right on Time, number 14, is in at 13 to 1. 11 to 1 on horse number 15, Ultimate. And 7 to 1 bar on number 16, Pretty Princess. The loading process has not yet begun, so it gives me some time to at least give you my selections. And I usually, I remember, it's a good thing I don't have thin skin after Lyndon Yard had given me the assignment the race day before of giving you the betting public a winner, and coming from Hong Kong, and they told me that I failed the public. So I said, okay, well, I'm not going to give you anything, but I'm going to renege on that. I'm going to give you my selections for this one. I like horse number 8, Oberoi. Oberoi going 9 furlongs. I mean, he's a Midsummer Creole Classic winner. He's an old boy, yes, but I think that Oberoi is he has the pedigree to really run this crew. I really think that he is going to really give them a good run. Stir it up. I know everybody loves to jump on the Rashid Hughes bandwagon. I mean, granted, merited. He is, or beg your pardon, she, Stir It Up is in good form. And I think that she will run second. Ultimate. You have Ultimate on my third line. And I can hear Lyndon Yard here chuckling in the background. So it seems as though he's telling me, Spot, you're talking nonsense. But I'm going to go with Ultimate to run third. Stir It Up to run second. I'm going to go with Oberoi to win. And for running fourth in this one, I'm going to go with Edelweiss. 3. So that's it, Lyndon. The loading process has begun. There's no real change in the betting. Let's go from the top again. 32 to 1 on horse number 2. That's Future Star. 8 to 1 on horse number 3. Edelweiss. Ameash, number 4, is in at 4 to 1. Or you can't leave out Ameash. I did change that. I should have had Ameash in there as well. Ameash is going to give, I believe Ameash is going to run a very good race. She prefers 9 furlongs, and you can see that in her performances. Back in, I was looking at 2020, 14th of November 2020, where last she won. And then she also had a win back in. So she has 3 wins going 9 furlongs, and I think that she will also run or give a creditable performance. 4 to 1 on Ameyash as the board changes over. 16 to 1 on horse number 8, Oberoi. It's 99 to 1 on Django.
Speaking of Oberoi, Oberoi has the blessings of On The Spot News. They said they sponsored the young man, Delano Lopez. So that's the predictions from On The Spot News that Oberoi will be the tip to land at this event. And also some information from Oberoi from the On The Spot News. And thanks for this info. That the late David Callahan, he also owns Shoe Works and Shoes Unlimited. So imagine I bought my shoes from there, didn't know who owned it.
Boy, this is a small place. Yes. So On The Spot, actually following Spot.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily following Spot, but always very informative where news and current affairs are concerned.
Yeah. So with 2 to go,
he's had some wild predictions, mind you, in the CPL, but he's given Oberoi to land here. And
2 to go, Lyndon Yard with the call for race.
And those 2 outside spot will be in the color blue with the red S on your chest. Superman, Secret Mission, and Sensational with Ricky Walker. The others are standing quietly with Andrew Bush and Nunez, a 25% share of this market. He has 4 of the 12 horses in here. Rommel Perkins Level, who dominates the 30 to 15s, usually with 5 runners. He has 2 in here. So we'll see whether these 2 can settle it between themselves, or can the other trainers just upset them? The likes of Richard Dean, Neil Brathwaite, Victor Cheeseman, and Robert Pierce, who conditions Edelweiss and none other than Oberoi. So they're racing on Secret Mission, and then this field will be sent racing over 1,800 meters. It has been a few suspects that are well known for getting 5 furlongs and no more. We see whether they can carry that beyond 1,100 meters and take it 1,800 meters. And to name a few, will be Right On Time, already loaded. Ultimate, already loaded as well. And the red flag is raised as the whole field is loaded. And we've got a tremendous easy dispatch for the afternoon's 6th race, which happens to be the September handicap. Future Star, one with a question mark at 1,800 meters, is on the lead with Anderson Trotman on board. So past the mile pole, that's where they have to go. And Future Star has company on the outside, and Ultimate settling behind these is Secret Mission. Along the rail comes the ice gold and green colors of Oberoi. Out in the middle is Edelweiss. Further out wide is the favorite Stir It Up. In between the horses, the white sleeves, red body of Django, followed by Against the Rail, Edelweiss. And behind Edelweiss comes Stevenson's Thunder, Pretty Princess, Amiyash Sport Your Picks is lying at least 15 lengths in second last, and behind that one, Ricky Walker, surprise, surprise, is at the back with Sensational. The quarter mile has been run in a pedestrian 25 and 2. They make the backstretch run, and it is Future Star. Handley in control by Anderson Trotman, leading by a length. Up on the outside comes Ultimate, now rushing by horses on the outside to go and press the issue is Secret Mission. So they're really going too slow. They've done the half mile in 49 and 4. So we have a new leader. It is Superman with the chest, with the S on the chest, Secret Mission, who's in front. On the inside is Future Star, length and a half back in third position. That one is Ultimate. Slicing through horses is the ice gold and green colors with a red cap. That is Oberoi, who travels remorselessly well. Climbing across horses on the outside. That one is Turret Up, the favorite in between horses. I can see Future Stars called it the afternoon as Secret Mission brings them past the 2 furlong pole and looks strong. On the inside, Oberoi gets a wonderful run in between horses, swinging into the home stretch. Now is Turret Up. We have a tremendous horse race. 5 across on the line, and it is Secret Mission out in the middle of the track. It is Oberoi who picks it up. It is Oberoi and Secret Mission. Oberoi, Secret Mission, Penny Princess is trying on the outside, and here is Stirred Up, but it's Oberoi who's going to hang on for the victory by a length. In second position, Secret Mission, tight for that third position between Petty Princess and Stirred Up. Stevenson's Thunder came from down in the rear to defeat Edelweiss Ultimate right on time. Never got a name call. Amiyash. Then there's Future Star, Sensational, and the one at the back of the field, Django. And they finally stopped the clock in 153 and 3. In a moment, I'll have a recap for you. And thank you very much. Welcome back to the Garrison Savannah Way race. Number 6 is unofficial on the board. 8, 12, 16, and 13. As I look downstairs, the winner is being led back in, and on the spot news and spot. So spot and on the spot is really on target today. As I look downstairs, owner Reese Odell and his dad, Peter Odell, takes over and leading horse number 8, Oberoi. And given the fact that he has defeated, he's won a classic, and I always spot that when you get horses like these that have competed in classic and have done well, you really ought to have the better of this crowd. And despite that, his form has not been impressive, and young Dylan Lopez, he's really having a tough time of it. And not Dylan Lopez, actually, it's Daniel. It's Eric Daniel who got the right here for Oberoi, and victory to them. It's a good change where you to take off some weight, take off 5 pounds. I know usually, he has been on board for the last 4 starts. So congratulations to the young man. And he's also having a tough time of it here of late. I think he probably would have been winning the closer maybe 5 race days ago. We're
Five,
now down to
yeah.
the 9th race day, so good to see young Eric Daniel back in the winners enclosure aboard Oberoi. And Oberoi, the 7-year-old brown horse by Rocco Madota, Leave It To Me. And of course, you know, Leave It To Me was also a classic winner in that she would have won the Midsummer Classic and the Derby in that same year, where I think Amanyara was victorious in the Guineas. So congratulations.
Melrose had both of them, Amanyara and Leave It To Me.
So congratulations to the entire connections. Second was horse number 12. And Secret Mission, the 6-year-old chestnut mare. As I said earlier before the race, that she usually runs a good 9 furlongs and gives the impression that she wants further, but just doesn't get the job done. So for me, she basically is a 5.5 to a 7 furlong horse. Depending on who she's meeting when going 1,800 meters. And she looked very well, very promising over the 3 furlong pole. By the 3 furlong pole where she made a move on the outside, traveled right up to the leader, but just pulled out nothing when it mattered the most once the horse is straightened, because for me, despite the fact that her breeding does suggest by Moonsault to the border circuit that she should get further and further and should love this trip, she's never really truly been consistently be a top 2 horse, put it that way, at this level. And she ran another good race to finish second under Enrico Prescott. So Trinidad Juniors finishing second here for Stefan Narayan Singh and himself, who's also co-owner and trainer. Third was horse number 16. And horse number 16, as we turn the page, is Petty Princess, another steer, one of the better steers in the race. And this is a 6-year-old bear mare by Eagles Peak out of Pretty Penny. Was a long way off the pace in the early exchanges. Came to have a run at the top of the straight, but by that time, the bird has already left the nest, and there was no catching horse number 8, Oberoi, who slipped through the inside. Just split horses and just waited patiently for the winner, Future Starter, throwing the towel. And she was one of those horses that was suspect to get the trip, because I would think that 5.5 is really her trip. There's Ultimate. There's also Right On Time. We call a few suspects that were in here over 1,800 meters, and that race obviously will serve them the world of good more than likely for a race coming up, be it 5.5 or 1,570 meters. And Neil Braffett, the trainer of horse number 16, Petty Penny, will be pretty pleased. Pretty Princess, who is by Pretty Penny. And Roar Tongue Tie with Key Mark Kelly, 115 pounds. And fourth was horse number 13, Stir It Up. And this one on paper looked all over the winner, but obviously it was at his best at 1,570 meters. A little some in different form: 5th, 1st, 11th, 10th, 7th, 7th, 5th, and 3rd. And that third last effort under Ronaldo coming back over 1,570 meters gave the impression that he wanted further, got further today. She wanted further, got further today, and really flattered to deceive this 5-year-old chestnut mare by Moonsault out of Chimichurri, who was known for her speed. So again, suspect again to get 9, but it depends who you're running with. Rashid Users was on board. 125 pounds was the weight. Time fractions: 25 and 3 for the quarter, half mile and 49 and 4, 6 furlongs and 114 and 2, a mile and 140 and 2, and they start the clock in 153 and 3. I'm tempted to say that we had 153 and 3 already for the day over 1,800 meters.
I think we did.
In race number 2.
Okay, I'll just check on that for you. Race
And
2.
It was fairly interesting.
I didn't record the time.
Well, I'm fairly sure that is the time though. But it's 70 to 52 horses that came back at 153, and these are horses rated 40 to 22 that has done the same time. So commendable performance by Oberoi in getting that victory. I can tell you that.
But he really, I mean, he really was. I think it was 4 years ago that he would have been
on top of his game.
On top of his game.
I think one of the things that would have turned me off him though of late would have been his form. His last 2 efforts have been dull. 25th. That's the second day of the racing season.
Right. So you give him
6.
You will give him that blind, then, as you would say.
And then he came back and finished 8th. Ironically, both were 1,100 meters, and maybe that's not his thing. 1,100 meters is not his thing. But if you look at his form prior to that, he's been in good form. 2nd, 3rd, win, 2nd, 3rd. So throughout those last 2 races,
153 and 3 was Ollivander. Ollivander did 153 and 3 as well.
Right. So if you stretch back out to this crowd at 1,800 meters, then you just have to bypass the form. I'm not so sure you could. But you can bypass it because sprinting is really not his thing.
Right.
He will show up in a sprint for me if outside is wet,
he has a
and
good
that's really,
cut,
really at his best. You know, he doesn't get that today, but he gets the job done, which is of paramount importance. With that, we're now going to move on to the afternoon's feature race. And Sport, I can do the honors there for you quickly so that we can go to the replay. And you can set yourself up to take us home for races 7 and 8. It's the September, remember, handicap. 1,570 meters for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 140 to 122 by extension. Its opener horses rated 121 and below. Horse number 1 is Brigadier Wood, owned by Sir David C. Trained by Andrew Nunez. Rhythm Eric Daniel 110. The young man will claim 5. Number 1 Brigadier Wood, Eric Daniel 110 minus 5. Terrain is horse number 2. Owned by Daniel and Martin Reisman, trained by Richard Dean. Ridden by Ricky Walcott, 110 pounds. Terrain will wear a nasal dilator. Number 2, Terrain, Ricky Walcott, 110. Island Cotton makes it 2 in here for Hopefield Stables. She will race in the colours of Lady Seal and will go to post with Gerald Backers up, 110 minus 7. He will claim some overweight, and Andrew Nunez is your conditioner. Number 3, Island Cotton, Gerald Backers, 110 minus 3. Flick the page, we get the debut of horse number 4, Speed Franco. This is a 6-year-old bay gelding by declaration of war out of Nabat Siaf. Owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Robert Pierce. Ridden by Rashid used for the debut, 110 pounds here. And this USA bred gelding will fitted with a tongue tie. He has raced assiduously at Gulfstream Park, Churchill Downs, and Gulfstream Park West, which is now closed, which was formerly called a race course. So, and had some good form, and predominantly he's raced on turf. All his races, last 10 races have been on turf, over a mile, 7.5, a mile and 16th, a mile and 16th predominantly. So this 7.8 furlongs will be right up his alley. He is a front running type, and this track should really suit him. We'll see how he goes. And the one that they'll all have to beat is the Gold Cup winner of 2 years ago. This is Celestial Storm, horse number 6, owned by Roger Papacino, trained by Roger. And he puts up the Lana Lopez, who's sponsored by On The Spot News, and is this one that I'm sure the On The Spot posse are rooting for. 128 minus 3, 125, and Celestial Storm will be fitted with a tongue tie. Presently on the board, she is a good bet at 6 to 1. We are 14 minutes away from the afternoon's feature race, which is the September Remember handicap. It carries a purse of some $25,000, and I can tell you that the afternoon's 6th race has been declared official. The winner, horse number 8, Oberoi, won that race. Second, we made horse number 12, Secret Mission. Third, horse number 16, Petty Princess. And fourth was horse number 13, Stir It Up. That pot was stirred up in a time of 1:53 and 3. And we now look forward to the replay of that event. And this is the September handicap. Pretty nice break for all, with the exception of Sensational. Walked out of the gates, horse number 10, ridden by Ricky Walcott. So spotted the field at least 15 lengths in the early exchanges. You see just way back at the back of the field there, while the pace is being controlled by Future Star, and on the outside is Ultimate Black Body with the green circle to the top of the cap. Oberoi, the winner, is in the rail on the ice gold and green with the red cap, just behind Secret Mission. On the outside is Right on Time, and Jockey just bouncing a little bit going around the top turn Right on Time to make sure that he keeps control of his mouse. And he's sitting down, so he seems to have lost his stirrup somehow, and has lost his balance. And if you look to the outside, you can see, yes, he's lost. So he actually took his right foot out and took his foot out altogether. Strange tactic. But nonetheless, Stirred Up moves into contention in the 4th position on the yellow cap. So had every chance from there, because up front is Future Star, who at this stage has probably had enough. Secret Mission is probably just going to try to steal the game from here. Does that. Future Star still sticking around. Ultimate still in the hunt with the black and green. Being set down now is Stirred Up, and she took long to get in the gear. Still on the outside, Right on Time with the rider calling on the stick with both feet out, and still hanging around the leading bunch. So it would have been an interesting race had The young rider maintained his turns. And just go back there. Who was that rider? Right on time. Tishon Hazelwood. And deep stretch now we see Oberoi beginning to pull away on the left-handed cane from Lush, as he's called, Eric Daniel. And driving on the inside is Secret Mission. And running on at one pace on the outside. That one is stirred up on the inside of the outside horse, which is Petty Princess, that came from a long way back. So Eric Daniels just giving Oberoi a congratulatory tap on the right shoulder. And I'm sure that he's happy to be back in the winner's enclosure. And like all sportsmen, at some point in time you do go off your game and go through a slump. And when that slump comes, sometimes it is hard to dig yourself out of that hole. But the sooner you get out, the better it is for you. With that said, I am in debt to you for some payments, and I shall endeavor to give them to you now, as we were having these problems earlier today. So let's go back and give John Public what is due to John Public. The payments for race number 4, where the winner there was horse number 5, Fool Me Not. Fool Me Not paid $6.60 to win, $3.35 to play. $6.60 and $3.35 of Fool Me Not. For running second, horse number 8, Just Ain't Easy, paid $1.80, $1.80. Number 13 was third, San Pedro, and that one returned $3.25, $3.25 on San Pedro. The exact of 5 and 8 in race 4 returned $125.60, $125.60 if you had horse number 5, Fool Me Not, and horse number 8, Just Ain't Easy. The trifecta of 5, 8, and 13, couple the 5 and 8 with 13, San Pedro, you will collect $490.85, $490.85, and there was no winner of the superfecta of 5, 8, 13, and let me just hold on, let me give you the 4th horse there. Horse number 10, Eye Catcher, it would have paid $1,441.80, $1,441.80, and that was a carryover for race number 4. In race 5, won by Shane Doan. Horse number 2 paid $2.10 to win, $105 to place. $2.10 and $105 on Ricky Walcott, ridden Shane Doan. For running second, horse number 7, War Eagle, with Enrico Prescott up, returned $1.50, $1.50. The forecast combination of 2 and 7 returned $4.95, $4.95. The trifecta of 2, 7, and 8 returned $14.60, $14.60 for the running of race number 5. I don't have the payments as yet for race number 6. It's giving me good time to say good afternoon to comrades over in North America, over at Century Mile, where there's racing today. The Woodbine, I know they follow the Barbados racing assiduously in between their own races. Of course, we've got Safi Joseph doing business at the Gulfstream Park. He's also campaigning horses over at Belmont, which would have restarted 2 days ago. And of course, Sir Michael Stowe continues to do homage with the Barbados flag in terms of representing us here in England. And of course, those of you who follow Barbados races are good friends in Trinidad and Tobago who are following the streaming. I know they have a very good, keen interest in racing here in Barbados. Quite a few of them have taken up residence here with several horses. And good to have them over. I know they're following the stream. Good afternoon to them. And good afternoon to a good pal of mine, Sherlyn Hart, who listens religiously. And I'm going to couple that, as if you say September, remember, Mr. Philip Mosley. I'm sure he's listening, he's watching, he's rooting. And I can tell him, Dream Society, work like a dream with Gandalf. With that, I'm going to move straight on to the feature race, where the horses are out on post parade for the afternoon's feature race, which is the September, remember, handicap. For 3 years and older horses rated 140 to 122 by extension. It's open 3 years and older horses rated 121 and below. Let's pick up horse number 1 going down on post parade. This is Brigadier Wood. And by name, when you think of Brigadier, you think of General. And when you think of Wood, you think of something strong. And he was always a magnificent looker. Unfortunately, his form has been short of horrendous. And if he can turn up here today, that will be very, very good news. He is ridden with 114 pounds by Eric Daniel. Trailing him down to start is his table mate, who races in the colors of the First Lady. This is Lady C's colors. And good afternoon to her. And this is Island Cotton. Similarly, Island Cotton form has not been the best. You would have to throw her 2 starts this year, and she's galvanized the second to last race day of last year. the 26th of December. She would appreciate some cut. She doesn't get that. She is ridden by none other than Ricky Walcott. No. So actually she's ridden by Gerald Beckles. And the weight there is 116 pounds. 116 on Island Cotton. And that overweight, having claimed 3. And put up 110 to 107 to get the 100. To put up 9 pounds will obviously hinder her chances on this going. Number 2 in your picture, Terrain. And I think if the top 2 are going to be floored here, this is the one that will have to do it, since the connections here would obviously need this one to run a gallant race, win even, to enhance his chances of taking a spot in this year's Gold Cup. He's behind the 8 ball at the moment. As usual, he looks prime for racing. He's always a splendid looker in exercise, in appearance, and what else can one say? Carries 114 pounds with Ricky Walker. Going down is the Gold Cup winner, the grey Celestial Storm, with Delano Lopez on board, 125 pounds, 3-2 in the betting, coming in from 6-1. So the public still believes that she's in with a shot. I certainly support that. And this is a good opportunity for her to land a victory here, having not won since last year, when she would have won the Coolmore Home of Champions and then disappointed in the Gold Cup, finishing 5th. And the other runner into your picture, very early and very much on cue, is horse number 4, Speed Franco. And he is at 2-5 with Rashid Hughes on board. He makes his first appearance at the Garrison, his very last start at Gulfstream Park. He finished 3rd. He was defeated on that occasion by a horse owned by by Safi Joseph. And that horse was none other than High Noon Rider. We did know High Noon Rider finished 2nd in our Sandy Lane Barbados Gold Cup some time ago. So in this event, which just offers Parry and Focus, I'm going to take horse number 4, Speed Franco, as my winner. And just disappearing out of the picture, Speed Franco, and with Rashid Hughes on board. And that's going to be my winner for Melrose Racing and trainer Robert Pierce. So I'm going for the early announcement for him to announce himself. He can make a good indication, a good impression on the public immediately with a victory, nothing less than the victory. Or maybe if he goes under by head, to accept that and say, well, he needed the run. He came here, he was getting ready to race. I think he had a little injury setback, and now he's back. So finally we will get to see what he is made of, having been jetted here with the Gold Cup in mind. And on my second line, I'm going to take horse number 2, Terrain. Simply put, I like this 114 pounds, and this one needs to step forward. Finished 3rd, just nosed out by Celestial Storm last effort, over 1,800 meters, 114 pounds on that occasion. So they meet at the same weight. And the mere fact that she got the better of him and she had to work for it. And I'm thinking going 1,570 meters, the speed will more than likely come from Speed Franco. And that being the case, it may just very well allow Ricky Walker to sit chilly and then ask his horse to turn it into a sprint if should Speed Franco capitulates. And then it will left the grey Celestial Storm, who's going to come with 1 run from down in the rear to make a race of it. So for me, I'm going 4 and 2. Good luck. And now to the runners and the riders for this event. Burgundy Wood horse number 1 is ridden by Eric Daniel, 114 pounds, and Burgundy Wood is in at 37-1. 2-1 on horse number 2, Terrain. Ricky Walker is up, and he raised at 114 pounds as well, or 110?
He's at 110.
110 pounds on Ricky Walker and Terrain. 18-1 on horse number 3. And this is none other than Island Cotton. She goes to post at 116 pounds for this engagement. Horse number 4, Speed Franco, your 3-4 favorite, is ridden by Rashid Hughes. And Speed Franco carries the post 08. It's ready for. So
Speed Franco was 114.
114 pounds. So 4 pounds overweight for jockey Rashid Hughes, your 4-5 favorite. And even money on horse number 6, Celestial Storm, with young Delano Lopez on the board. No need to ask where the on-the-spot news is banking their money on. Celestial Storm Neil, you have the glasses on them. The loading process will begin momentarily as we're just a minute away. Your thoughts on Celestial Storm?
I think that she has a tremendous chance. Just probably the weight here will be her undoing.
Well, she's running about with that consistently 125. She usually claims 3.
Yeah. And yeah, but here she reopposes terrain today, and I think she should have the better.
Whom she beat at 1,800 meters.
Exactly, and I think that she can get it done as long as Lopez keeps her pretty close to the pace. She will come with her race as we know, with her run as we know, and I think that she would get the better of terrain. Would she get the better of Speed Franco? No, I normally say that these horses who need to get this first run under their belt, they will have to get accustomed to the track. And Speed Franco may very well find out his undoing this afternoon. So I'm going to go with Celestial Storm.
Okay, thank you. Well, 4 to 5 on horse number 4, Speed Franco. And I always say, as a professional athlete, you are expected to execute wherever you appear.
Yeah, definitely. And I see they're having a hard time with. Seems as if Island Cotton is giving them some trouble.
Well, she's at 20 to 1.
Yeah, going behind her is Brigadier Wood.
35 to 1, that's a long shot. And the outsider.
Yeah, Celestial Storm, she's
6 to 5 on Celestial Storm, 4 to 5 on Speed Franco, and 9 to 5 choice in the betting is none other than Terrain.
So we can see, Brigadier Wood has given them some trouble last couple outings.
I think this is the only place that he's come out from. He's in?
Yep, he's in, and it sends him racing for the September Remember, going a distance of 7.8 furlongs. And from on the outside is Celestial Storm. Between horses is Speed Franco. Terrain is along the rails. Then comes Brigadier Wood, and Island Cotton can see them all as they thunder down the stretch into the clubhouse turn. And it is Terrain in front by a length and a half. Speed Franco goes a little wide on the outside in second. In third position is Celestial Storm. In fourth is Brigadier Wood. And Island Cotton can see them all as they've just passed the 5. And it is Terrain, quite easy, in front from Speed Franco, who's hounding him every step of the way. Celestial Storm moves into third position. And then we have the Hopefield pair of Island Cotton and Brigadier Wood as they go just about to go to the rising ground. And it is Terrain in front. Speed Franco gets a little closer. Celestial Storm is stalking them in third. Island Cotton is behind by 3 lengths, and Brigadier Wood is their back marker as they race towards the 2 furlong marker. And it is still Terrain in front. Speed Franco gets closer. Celestial Storm is beginning to hound them. Then there's a gap of 4 to Island Cotton, and Brigadier Wood brings up the rear as they swing for home. And it is Terrain in front. Here comes on the outside Celestial Storm. Speed Franco is going to try to hold on. It is Terrain. Here comes Speed Franco, and on the outside here comes Celestial Storm. But Terrain gets home. Very, very well done there by Ricky Walcott. Terrain gets home from Speed Franco, Celestial Storm, Island Cotton, and Brigadier Wood in 1:33 and 3. In a moment, Linden Yard, the official result. Welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where there is a buzz. I know we are under COVID-19 protocols, Lyndon. We can see some spectators on, in the grandstand, the trainers and so on. They are jumping. I can see them. They are really, really excited by what we saw just now, Lyndon. Horse number 2, Terrain, in an absolute peach of a perfect ride from, guess who? Ricky Walker again has done it. Lyndon, I can't even bring the words to describe how good a ride that was. He did a fantastic job. Second was Celestial Storm. Celestial Storm, she came with her run, but just could not catch Terrain. As we look down to see the very, very proud connections of Martin and Daniel Reisman and trainer Richard Dean, they're smiling. They are really, really upbeat about this performance here. Wow, Lyndon, what more can I say about this?
Well, congratulations to the interconnections of horse number 2, Terrain. As I said, he is a magnificent looker, and he put that into speed today as we've been blessed with a few drizzles. And spot 133 and 3.
133 and 3. I'm just waiting, Lyndon, to see. I've not seen the fractions. So I'm going to say, I'm going to just wait until the race is official. Because if they did 133 today, that was stepping.
It was a cracking good performance by Terrain. You can't take anything away from him. In the meantime, while we blabber on, the results was on board 2, 6, 4, and 3. Second was horse number 6, Celestial Storm. She had every single chance, but the speed simply did not come back for her. I know, as usual, she likes the speed to run out. Interestingly enough, she was put into the race from the get-go.
Yes.
So really and truly, Delano Lopez did everything he possibly could have done with her, except win with her. You can't fault him for that. You can't fault her for that. She just bought a horse today that was really running. I'll tell you what was most outstanding to me about this race? This was a jockey race. I've seen many a race on a Saturday where jockeys turn for home and get Broad Street to run through. So it makes the races look mock. Because if I'm going to win and you're going to win, I should not be allowed to run through Broad Street without butting steering racks on the walkway. You know what I'm saying? But here's the situation. This race was the complete opposite. In that Rashid Hughes obviously wanted to lead with Speed Franco. Ricky Walker was going to have none of it. You know, and they came up here 3 in a line, on the line for the first time. Obviously, Hughes began to get a little steering problem going around the paddock bend because obviously he's going to
you see him, they said he has to get accustomed to the track.
You're going to veer out, you know, and Speed Franco not disgraced at all. He went out a little bit, lost a little bit of ground. Ricky Walker hugged the rail perfect. The clock is unable to tell you what quarter they did and what half they did. Maybe he was just going too fast. I can tell you the 6 furlongs was posted more than 113, and he was comfortable at that point.
Yes.
At that point, Speed Franco was being asked to keep up appearances. Now, Celestial Storm was still grinding in the race. She was just lurking in the wings. How much she had in the tank left was the next question mark. But once they butt that 2 furlong pole, Ricky Walker pressed his foot straight down to the middle. Terrain simply kept going. He called the stick on the big horse. She responded like a big horse. Congratulations to trainer Richard Dean. It has been a fantastic performance. This is good for racing. This is good for the Reismans. They have supported races. They have brought in many, some would say expensive horses, but they've also brought very good horses to Barbados. And I am one of these people who are praying that one day they will be rewarded with a Gold Cup winner. Whether Terrain can do that or not is left to be seen. He still has some work to do. This performance, it is official, has been a very, what can I say, perfect performance. And when you look at where racing is, we've seen Shane Doan. We believe this one is going to go up the ladder. We've seen Terrain. We've seen Queen of Patton. Now she has his number.
Here is the thing. That's just what I was about to say. Queen of Patons has beaten Terrain. They went at even weights the last time they met. I think that was what it was. And she beat him. They were at even weights. He comes back here today. He beats Arguably,
he beats the top class.
The top class. Now, what does that say? Would it mean, and granted, you must remember that to see that Celestial Storm get 18 pounds, 18 pounds difference to Terrain today. Anytime they get closer in weights, do you really think that Celestial Storm will go under to Queen of Pitons?
Well, it depends on the setup of the race again. It depends on who rides Terrain. Again, so there are many mitigating factors.
But and this is the thing. This is the first time Ricky Walker gets on Terrain, and what did he do? He sent the horse to the lead.
Here's a question for you: should Terrain meet Shane Doan? Ricky Walker can't ride both.
Exactly. Oh, that's going to be very interesting.
There are many mitigating factors to this argument, and the fact that Terrain is yet to beat Queen of Pitons makes it even more interesting whenever they clash. And they're all going to climax, I believe, come Boxing Day. So I don't know what Santa is going to bring down the chimney.
It's going to be mouth-watering. I really want to see, Linda, I really want to see Celestial Storm and Queen of Pitons. For the Queen of Barbados, let's see who will be the Queen of Barbados. And today, Celestial Storm is beaten, but not disgraced, because she was coming in the end. But definitely, Terrain has not yet been able to surpass or to overhaul Queen of Pitons. So this really will whet the appetite for all race fans around Barbados and those who are following online. So officially, the race 2, 6, 4, and 3 were number 2, Terrain, the winner of the September Remember Handicap, went for the distance of 1570 meters.
Of course, he's a 4-year-old bear colt by Violets out of Arcus Queen, owned by Daniel and Martin Reisman and trained by Richard Dean. Ricky Walker was on board 110. Second was horse number 6, Celestial Storm, and this 7-year-old Greer Mare is by Get Stormy or the Raging Storm, owned and trained by Roger Parbatino, ridden by Delano Lopez, took 125 pounds with a tongue tie for that second. Third was horse number 4, Speed Franco. And this is a 6-year-old bear gelding by Declaration of War out of Nabat CF. And Rashid Hughes was aboard 114 pounds for his debut, finishing third. And fourth was horse number 3, Island Cotton, who was challenging at the back for that final position with none other than Brigadier the stablemate. She got the better of him, and she's a 7-year-old dark bay brown mare by High Cotton out of Even Road, owned by Lady Seal, trained by Andrew Nunez, and ridden by Gerald Beckles, taking 116 pounds. 2, 6, 4, and 3. A final time, 1:33 and 3, and that's just 3/5 outside of the scorching time of 1:33 flat, set by the record holder, Night Prowler. Good news, I understand. He'll be back in training as soon as next week. Before I move on to the afternoon's final race, I can give you the payments for race number 6, which was completed a short while ago. And the race number 6 was the September handicap. The winner there was horse number 8, Oberoi. Oberoi paid $15.80 to win, $170 to place. $15.80 and $170 on horse number 8, Oberoi. For running second, horse number 12, Secret Mission, returned $2.85, $2.85. Third was horse number 16, Petty Princess, who returned $5.55, $5.55. The exacta of 8 and 12 returned $33.35, $33.35 if you had Oberoi and the Secret Mission. If you had the trifecta of Oberoi, Secret Mission, and Petty Princess, you are entitled to collect $138.50, $138.50. And if you had the superfecta of 8, 12, 16, and 13, Oberoi, number 12, and of course number 12 was Secret Mission, number 16, Petty Princess, and number 13, Stir It Up, you are entitled to collect $898.15, $898.15. Fifth in that event was number 3, Edelweiss. 6th, number 11, Stevenson's Thunder. 7th, number 15, Ultimate. 8th, number 4, Amiash. 9th, number 14, Right on Time. 10th, number 10, Sensational. 11th, number 2, Future Star. And 12th, number 9, Django. And the final time of 1:33 and 3/5. The replay will be coming up shortly. Before that comes up, let me give you the starters with their runners and riders for the back in time handicap And once you see September, you go back in time. And this race is for 3-year-olds and older horses rated 65 to 45. It's also open to horses rated 3 years and older, 44 and below. Number 1 is Condor, owned by Mrs. Gay Smith, trained by Edward Walcott Jr., ridden by Antonio Bishop, 117 pounds. The equipment a tongue tie and cheek pieces. Number 1, Condor. Antonio Bishop is aboard, 117 pounds. Number 2 is Piton's Punch, owned by the Jet Setters, trained by Robert Pierce, ridden by Slade Jones. He will claim 7 from 128. The mare will be fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. Number 2, Piton's Punch, Slade Jones, 128 minus 7. Number 3 is Amante, the equipment, blinkers and a tongue tie, owned by Melrose Racing, trained by Rommel Perkins Level, ridden by Ricky Walker, who's already slapped a treble on the card, 110 pounds, and Ricky will catch that with his clothes soaking wet. Blinkers and a tongue tie on the filly. Number 3, Amante. Stephen Allen Madu are the owners of horse number 4, Marengo. Rashad Knight retains the right, having won last race there with him, and he will carry blinkers and a tongue tie to post. Number 4, Marengo. Rashad Knight, 129 minus 7. We're looking at 122 pounds. Over the page, horse number 5, Campaigners Goal. This one is owned by Adam Dean, trained by Richard Dean, the successful trainer of the afternoon's feature race with Terrain. He's looking for a double here with Campaigners Goal, whose form is next to not good. And Campaigners Goal is ridden by Delan Lopez, 127. The young man will claim 3. 124 will be the likely weight. Number 5, Campaigners Goal, D. Lopez, 124. Beg your pardon. Storm Force is the winner last time out. This is horse number 6, Eric Daniel, who's returned to the winner's enclosure with Oberoi 2 races ago. He's on board this time at 110 pounds and is likely claim 5. He will put up some overweight. Number 6, Storm Force, the property of Sir David Seal, trained by Stephen Bino, ridden by Eric Daniel, 110 minus 5. A scratch in here is horse number 7, Oriental Crown. Number 8 is Seeking Adventure, ridden by Antonia Perch, Seeks of Victory, having not won since the 21st of January 2020. And this one races in the cause of H&M and trainers Kenny John. 126 is the pounds. Number 8, Seeking Adventure, Antonio Perch, 126. Flick the page, scratch horse number 9, Defiant David. Change of owners for horse number 10, Marioro. Well, actually, just let me get I'll pause on that. My understanding is that the owners has been changed and the trainer, but is reading on the book. I'll go with the book until I see Marioro appear in the. As I look downstairs, I see her in front of me. I'm just waiting to see what the jockey appears in. But she is registered as the property of Luther G. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller. Victor Cheeseman is your trainer. Deshaun Gaskin aboard. 116 minus 7, 119. And Marioro will wear tongue tie. Number 10, Marioro, Deshaun Gaskin, 116 minus 7. Number 11, Fantastic Francis, ridden by Lester Edwards, 117. He will claim 5. We're looking at 112 pounds. And this mare is the property of Francis Cooley. And the trainer is Xavier Blanche. Number 11, Fantastic Francis, Lester Edwards, 112. Rene is horse number 12. This is the property of Luther D. Miller III and his wife Susan Miller. And he will race under Enrico Presco, who will claim 5 from 114. And I can tell you that Victor Cheeseman is definitely the trainer of that chestnut colt. Number 13 over the page is Sirot, owned by Yellow Star Racing, trained by Victor Cheeseman, ridden by Rashid Hughes, 127 pounds. Sirot will wear tongue tie. Number 13, Sirot in a tongue tie. Rashid Hughes is on board. 127 pounds is the weight. Now the outside, Semper Fi is horse number 14. Makes a return to racing, having not raced since the 7th of March 2020, and that was the last time we had a Gold Cup in Barbados. And Semper Fi appears here on the pavement battery with a top impose of 130 pounds. A tongue tie is the equipment on Semper Fi for his racing and reappearance, and having not raced for 560 days, he returns here on the trainer Robert Pierce. That's the field for the afternoon's curtain event. We are blessed in sunshine on the western side of the country. It is fairly dark over the old Hastings police station, where the rain is very much falling out on the sea. There's a black, large cloud, hovering around the Silver Sands area. There's some white clouds up in that area, but it's seemingly going in that direction, and it's stretching all the way across to St. Philip and over by is broken up and is also featured over the St. George Valley. So nice dark cloud hovering, and there's some rain there. There's also some blue skies that can be seen and patches of light white clouds. So all in all, more than likely, we hopefully will get in this race before the rains come down. Like I say, it's falling out on the sea behind the old Hastings police station as the jockeys are making their way into the parade ring for this one. I can tell you now that horse number 10, although it is in the book under the old ownership, horse number 10, Mari Oro, will now race in the colours of Stephen Kelman. Horse number 10, Mari Oro will race in the colours of Stephen Kelman. And as I look downstairs, I can see Hayden Nichols going over to the camp. So I'm fairly sure too that he has taken over the training job for horse number 10, Marty Oro. So you can make that change in your program. Marty Oro now racing for Stephen Kelman and trainer Hayden Nichols, as they have also taken over Jack Manani Gap. The horses in the post parade. This race has a post time schedule for approximately 5 p.m. and we have 15 minutes to post time. It's now time for a recap of the afternoon's feature race, the replay. Fairly decent beginning for the 5 runners for the September, remember. 3 in the line, and a good battle ensuing here for the leader, Ricky Walcott. Adamant he's going to control the race and the rails. Use his horse just tucks out a little bit going into the bend. So learn the experience for him, and as you can see, the grey is just, she's up to her usual tricks. Her head is down in the ground and she's just loping along waiting for her cue as the horses go down the back stretch. And Speed Franco, ears prick right back, just getting a little tap in the shoulder to keep up the momentum. Ricky sitting fairly comfortable, making sure that he dictate his own terms. There's you just trying to press the issue, asking his horse to close the gap. Ricky has not moved his hand as yet, and now the grey has been moved out into the third path to ask for her effort as usual. She's in top gear, she's coming. Speed Franco, at the moment his wheels are just spinning, and now as they round that far turn and head into the home stretch, any moment now against the rail, Ricky's come over to his 2 path. He's left the rail open. User is going to tap towards the right, looking to go through that gap. Now that gap is going to close back as it does in typical Ricky Walcott fashion. And then Speed Franco switched back to the outside. And the grey, she was running hard, but she was just plodding as she usually does, and never a threat to the winner. So a very impressive victory for Ricky Walcott, who celebrates that victory. So clearly, you see, he approved, the stamp of approval for that victory. Stay tuned for coming attractions. We'll be back momentarily. Welcome back. We're riders up is the call for the afternoon's curtain event. And this race is the back in time handicap. It goes a distance of 1100 meters for 3-year-olds, and all the horses rated 65 to 45 by extension. Is open to horses rated 44 and below. Before I do that, let me give you the payments for race number 7, the afternoon's feature race. Horse number 2, Terrain, the winner. Pay $2.85 to win, $1.15 to place. $2.85 and $1.15 on horse number 2, Terrain. For running second, horse number 6, Celestial Storm, return $2.65. $2.65. The 2-6 forecast, return $3.80. However you had it, if you had it reverse, that's how you will collect $3.80. That's all that race had on offer. To the event, number 1 is Condor, 117 pounds to Antonio Bishop, and Condor rears a tongue tie in cheek pieces and is in at 23 to 1 in the betting. Let's pick up horse number 6, Storm Force, who is about to exit the parade ring. Ridden by Eric Daniel, who claims 5 and puts back at 9 pounds to got 114 pounds, and horse number 6, Storm Force, is in the betting at 57 to 1. Having won last start, horse number 6, Storm Force. Behind Storm Force is horse number 2, Piton's Punch, ridden by Slade Jones, fitted with blinkers and a tongue tie. 121 pounds is the weight, and this is a 10 to 1 in the betting. 10 to 1 in the betting on horse number 2, and that is none other than Piton's Punch. Let's pick up horse number 13. This is number 12, sorry, Rainier. Just about to exit, come on to the main track, Rainier. Ridden today by Enrico Prescott, 114 pounds is the weight. On horse number 12, make that, yes, 112 pounds. 112 pounds on horse number 12, Rainier. Passing Rainier is horse number 10 in the brown. This is none other than Mari Oro, in the colors of Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols. Ridden by Deshaun Gaskin, beg your pardon, 114 pounds on horse number 10. And of course, that is none other than Mari Oro. Now leaving the parade ring is horse number 3, Amante. Ricky Walker's on board, blinkers and tongue-tied equipment. And 110 pounds is the weight on horse number 3, Amante. Behind Amante, also come out on the post parade, is horse number 4, Maringo. And this is 3 to 1. Both horses at 3 to 1. Maringo wearing the red, yellow cap. That's the first cap for Stephen Allen Madu. Rashad Knight is aboard, 122 pounds is the weight. So we can try to pick up who we haven't picked up. Let's go up at the start. We can pick up horse number 14 up at the start. And wearing the yellow cap, just come into your picture. Perfect. There you go. And the yellow cap is just walking around and being this is Semperfi, and this one makes a return to racing, having not raced for 560 days. And Semperfi for this appearance will go off at 9 to 1 in the betting. 9 to 1 in the betting. So with that, we have taken a look at most of the horses. There are a couple that we will pick up momentarily, and as we just wait for them to sort themselves out, coming towards us against the rail in the middle of the track. You can go down the middle of the track and come up. We can pick up Fantastic Francis. And Fantastic Francis, just come into your picture. This is horse number 11, presently on the board. Just waiting for the board to change. Ridden by Lester Edwards, and for this assignment is 112 pounds, and horse number 11 is in at 15 to 1. That's a good bet. 15 to 1 on Fantastic Francis. Just coming in front of us is horse number 5, and this is Campaigner's Goal. Horse number 5, 64 to 1 in the betting. 64 to 1 on Campaigner's Goal. Ridden by Delano Lopez, 124. 64 to 1 on Campaigner's Goal with Delano Lopez. You can pick up horse number 8 in the fluorescent green. And this is Seeking Adventure. 6 a victory here on the Antonio Perch, 126 pounds. 126 pounds. And let's pick up number 13, Sirot. The yellow cap, yellow star in the back. And Sirot, there's a whisper for this one. And under Rashid, use 127 pounds. And you have to do it from the very, very, very outside. So there we've taken a look at the entire field for the curtain event. Now this is the high five race, and I'm going to take horse number 4, Maringo, as my winner. And Marengo just come into your picture, horse number 4. Next to his table mate, the red and yellow cap, just come into your picture. Oh, beautiful. And was the winner last time out, has the speed to get towards the front. Is can expect some competition today. We see young Melts, who is managed by Dwayne the Agent Smith. This is his jockey and supports him 100%. And Melts will be looking to do the business here for Stephen Alamadu, who I'm sure are glued on to their television in Trinidad and Tobago. So good afternoon to Mr. and Mrs. Patch, as I affectionately call them. And they're looking for a win here, a double for Marengo, who was in winners enclosure last time. Guess my back in here to do the job for trainer Robert Pierce. On my second line, I'm going for horse number 3. This is Amante, right in your picture there, the ice gold and green colors. And we have already seen what Ricky Walker has done for the day. He's left a trail of destruction, and I think there's no fitting way for him, no better way for him to close out the afternoon's proceeding with a victory here. And everything he's put to the front, it's been good night nurse. So if this one goes to the front, you know it is good night nurse. Generally, she's not really that fast of a horse. She would normally close out her races when she was on top of her game. She was a little unfortunate not to have won last time out, and they've made a switch to the upgrade to Ricky Walcott, and he probably just come out, sit chilly, and then pounce. And once he pounce, you know they will give them the sign of the cross, as he called them home in the afternoon's feature race moments ago. On my third line, I'm going to take horse number 11, Fantastic Francis, right on spot, right in queue. And this one is known for speed. Gets an upgrade in rider from Raheem Thorpe to Lester Edwards. Some will question why you're upgrading rider. In terms of experience, in terms of victories, well, the young Torpy has got one on Mice. I think Mice hasn't entered the winners enclosure for the year. He's found the going tough, but he's always a faithful trier. Lester Bling Mice Edwards, and he'll be looking to do the business from the front end with this one. If memory serves me correct, he would have tried something a little earlier on in the day with Eye Catcher. Maybe he'll do that here again. On my fourth line, we'll take horse number 13, Sorok. And this one is not known for his speed. And Sorok, just turning right in front of you there, yeah? With the yellow star in the back. Look downstairs to take a look at Nick. And he usually gets a gauge on these horses when they look at Nick Gibbs. Usually very pensive. He's a nervous kind of chap. And he wears his heart on his sleeve. And I can take my cue from that. I'm sure he will give me some chatter a little later on, regardless of the results here. But he's a good supporter of the racing game. And the racing is always good when the Gibbs family are very much involved. But they fall on my fourth line. And on my fifth line, I'm going to take horse number 2, Piton's Punch. Already loaded in the gates. And we'll draw position number 2 next to Condor. Has been in good form. I like the move here to use Slade Jones to take off some of the weight. If he can get this one out of the gates, and he will have to do that. If he doesn't get out, he's going to find himself in some problems, as in he's going to get shut down with this 5-year-old chestnut mare. Failing that, then if he can get out, he's got a good shot. Failing that, I'm placing them on my fifth line. 4, 3, 11, 13, and 2. And thanks for joining me for this afternoon's production. Hope you had a fantastic day at the racing, betting wise and otherwise. Until then, stay tuned for coming attractions. So the loading process is very much on its way. 32 to 1 on horse number 1, Condor, ridden by Anthony Bishop, 117 pounds. 43s on horse number 6, Storm Force. 5 to 1 on horse number 2, Piton's Punch. 92 on horse number 3, Amante Marengo. I'll give you that momentarily. You have just about 5 outside, 6 outside. Now going in is horse number 10, and that is Mari Oro. 3 to 1 on horse number 4, Marengo. That's the favorite, Marengo. Campaigner's Goal is well out in the bed in 43s. The board changes 49 to 1. 30 to 1 on horse number 6 now. And that is Storm Force. That's the more respectable. Seeking Adventure, horse number 8, is down at 7 to 2. A little surprise at that. 126 pounds here. Horse number 10 is in at 21 to 1, Mari Oro. Number 11, Fantastic Francis, does appear as the board changes now. 13 to 1, 7 to 1 on horse number 12, Rainier. And then we have number 13, Sorok. Wait for the board to change as we have 5 outside. Sorok is in at 4 to 1 and 10 to 1 on Semper Fi, who has not raced for 500 and 60 days. Condor goes in. Ciroc now being brought forward. And the two outside will be Fantastic Francis in the post 11 and post 12 in Salaclaw 14 goes to Semper Fi to bring the afternoon's ninth day of the Barbados Turf Club second racing season to a close. September. Remember, here's Neil Gill.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. As they're standing quietly, Condor, Piton Sponge, Amante, Marengo also stands quietly. Campaigner's Goal, Storm Force, Seeking Adventure, with the attendant standing in the gates with him. They're bringing forward Semper Fi, also standing quietly. Mario Aurora in new colors this afternoon. That was Stephen Kelman.
Would you show the public a wild long shot spot?
Mario Aurora.
Mario Aurora 21 to 1.
Then we got Rene, Ciroc, and now going in would be Semper Fi as starter.
Stephen Thorne.
Stephen Thorne looks him over. All in, set for start. And they are set racing for the final race on today's program. And Semper Fi was a little slow to go. But quickly in front, on the ends between horses is Rene, who's going to take them on a merry gallop. On the outside is Ciroc. In third position is Storm Force. Then comes Marengo. Along the rails is Condor. Then comes on the outside is Fantastic Francis. Seeking Adventure is the next one through. Then comes Piton Sponge. Between horses is Mario Roar. Then comes Campaigner's Goal. And at the back of affairs would be Amante and Semper Fi. As they go now, just as they pass the Barbados Defense Force. And on the inside is Rene. On the outside is Ciroc. In third position is Condor. On the outside wider comes Marengo. On the inside of them comes Condor. On the outside of them we can see Piton Sponge as they come into the lane. And it is Ciroc in front. On the inside here comes Rene. But it is Ciroc who is being driven out. Here comes Rene fighting back on the inside. But Ciroc is going to get home. Ciroc wins it. From Rene then came Marengo. Running very well was Mario Roar. Then came Storm Force, Piton Sponge, then it was Condor, Fantastic Francis, Amante, and a long, long way back to Semper Fi in 105 and 1/5. In a moment, we have the unofficial placings for you. And welcome back to the Garrison Savannah, where we are about to see the leading in, or the winner, the final race on today's program. This is Sorok. It's a 7-year-old horse by Sydney's Candy out of My Disco Dancer, owned by Yellow Star Racing, trained by Victor Cheeseman, and ridden by Rashid Hughes, champion jockey, as we just about to see the leading in. Eddie Bell is there, and Nick Gibbs doing the leading in. Very, very, very happy connections. Winner of the final event. Second was horse number 12. This was Rene. This is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Zwick out of Pearl Class, owned by Luther G. Miller III, JP, and Mrs. Suzanne Miller, trained by Victor Cheeseman. So that's a 1-2 for Victor Cheeseman. Enrico Prescott rode 114 pounds. Third was horse number 4, Marengo, owned by Messrs. Steve and Alan Madu, trained by Robert Pierce. Rashad Knight rode 122 pounds. Fourth was number 10, running a very, very good race. I did like her at the weight. This is Mario Roar. She's changed hands now, and she's owned by Stephen Kelman, trained by Hayden Nichols. Deshaun Gaskin rode 114 pounds. And fifth was horse number 6, Storm Force, owned by Sir David Seal, trained by Stephen Bino, and Eric Daniel went along for the ride. They did the opening quarter in 25 flat, the half in 49 flat, and they stopped the clock in 105 and a fifth. So we're just seeing some very happy connections in the parade ring for the final race on today's program. Linden Yard. We brought the end, or we've come to the end of racing here, the 9th day of the racing season. And we had some very good battles today.
Yes. And September, remember Ricky Walcott.
Definitely.
He won 3 today. And in typical front riding fashion, Ricky Walcott. And just let me pay a little homage here to the connections of Sorok as we look downstairs. Sean Rudeboy Sargent, the groom who worked, one of the grooms who worked tirelessly, as all grooms do. But I like to shout out these fellas when they are victorious. They give you 100%, and I know that Sorok will be up on the farm occasionally. Trainer Victor Cheeseman just having a look, along with the assistant trainer Destiny Osborne. And Sorok, very impressive. Say good afternoon to Kong, Liz Dean, Eddie Bell, Nicholas Gibbs, Christopher Gibbs, let's not forget him. And as I said, they've done a tremendous service in keeping horses in Barbados and horse racing very much alive. Final time 105 and 1. I selected this fella last time out to win, and he came to the top of the corner. I think he had an apprentice up on that occasion, picked up the race, and then shut down with my money at the top of the lane. And after that, I decided, well, I'm going to jump off the ship. Once again, Nick Gibbs has made the upgrade to Rashid Hughes as he did with Rising Star, and you know the rest is history. So he will tell me for sure. I will see that on my WhatsApp momentarily. Look downstairs, he has his phone in his hand. I can guarantee you that's what he's beginning to text me now. But congratulations to this combination. Rashid Hughes, 2 winners on the day. When Andrew Nunez won 2 as a trainer. And then there was also Victor Cheeseman, victorious on 2 occasions. Congratulations to trainer Edward Walcott Jr., who produced Hurricane in the opener, where the stable first call rider Antonio Bishop and owner Mrs. Gay Smith. And then there were also victories on the card for Richard Dean. Don't forget, he stole the feature race with the 2-to-1 choice in Terrain. And having said that, yes, I did give you the payments for that afternoon's feature race, where Terrain paid $2.85 to win on that occasion. Other winners on the card were Fulminot, Mark Goodrich, Pabon Badri, on trainer Roma Perkins level. They took out race number 4. And Oberoi with Eric Daniel took out race number 6 for trainer Robert Pierce. So all in all, it has been a smooth day to send off the September to Remember race day. Perfectly executed in perfect conditions for horse racing. Good track. Good riding. I actually enjoyed the exchanges today when you see jockeys being very, very competitive. I don't mind. You're going to lose some and you're going to win some. But a fella's going to work for his corn. You know, and So there were several examples today that that I personally have not seen for quite some time. You know, jostling for a lead, trying to win, making sure there's no easy path for you to get the job done. You know, and it was really a fulfilling day, basically, and a smooth, well-executed day at the Barbados Turf Club, 9th day of its second racing season. We're back here on Saturday, that is this Saturday coming the 25th of September, for what will be the Barbados Turf Club 10th day of its second racing season, and that day, the feature race will be the Midsummer Creole Classic. I think it's the Pinnacle Fees Midsummer Creole Classic, which will see the second jewel of the Barbados Triple Crown going 1,800 meters for the top Barbados bred, Barbados and West Indian bred, basically 3-year-olds over 1,800 meters competing for that purse, which will be hovering around $80,000. So it's a day that you would not want to miss, and that comes a calling on the 25th of September, this coming Saturday here at the Garrison Savannah. Now, I'm going to encourage one and all to keep following the protocols. Stay your distance, stay in your lane, and hand sanitize, get your temperature checked, and be good. Take care of each one, family and all. I want to say a big thank you to technical guru, Mr. Sobers, who would have made sure that the streaming was faultless on MCTV channel 118. Also want to say thank you to the stations of choice, 94.7 FM, who carry the races, as well as 92.9 VOB. And of course, the Barbados Turf Club streaming, barbadosturfclub.org for the streaming. That brings us to the end of today's proceedings. And September, remember. So, on the behalf of Neil Gill, Dean Springer, who's on vacation, I'm Lyndon Yard, and I remember the great commentary of Kelly Walcott, Michael Goddard, and David Bernard. Lyndon Yard saying good evening, goodbye, and God bless. Stephen Thorne.
Stephen Thorne looks him over. All in, set for start. And they're set racing for the final race on today's program. And Semper Fi was a little slow to go. But quickly in front, between horses is Renee, who's going to take them on a merry gallop. On the outside is Ciroc. In third position is Storm Force. Then comes Marengo. Along the rails is Condor. Then comes on the outside is Fantastic Francis. Seeking Adventure is the next one through. Then comes Piton Sponge. Between horses is Mario Roar. Then comes Campaigner's Goal. And at the back of affairs will be Amante and Semper Fi. As they go now, just as they pass the Barbados Defense Force. And on the inside is Renee. On the outside is Ciroc. In third position is Condor. On the outside wider comes Marengo. On the inside of them comes Condor. On the outside of them we can see Piton Sponge as they come into the lane. And it is Ciroc in front. On the inside here comes Renee. But it is Ciroc who is being driven out. Here comes Renee fighting back on the inside. But Ciroc is going to get home. Ciroc wins it. From Renee then came Marengo. Running very well was Mario Roar. Then came Storm Force, Piton Sponge, then it was Condor, Fantastic Francis, Amante, and a